Might as well turn that on too. I gotta reset that. Give me a moment, guys. I'm still kind of setting things up here. I don't know why I'm yelling, but I am. Oh, let's see here. Close that. Splash top. Wireless internet is on. Camera 1. Camera 2. Okay, so that's working. Get my headphones working. Make sure the Bluetooth is connected. Oh, it's connected now. Let's see. Trying to make sure that all my stuff is working. But for some reason, why does it say that I'm on a different network? Why does it think my stream PC is on a different network, damn it? Like it shouldn't. No, what? What bullshit? Oh, they're doing frickin' maintenance. No wonder. Well, that's really annoying. Next track. Volume 10. Why is this now in front of everything? Sorry guys, I'm now trying to get my stuff set up again. It's being a pain. Because apparently my Bluetooth is not connected properly. even though it says it is. What is going on? Next track. Are you guys hearing music? You're not. Also, for some weird reason, it's now giant on the screen. What the heck is going on? One moment, guys. I've got to go. Actually, shit. I need to take this downstairs. Give me a moment. I will be right back. Actually, I'm going to still be able to talk to you. I need to go downstairs and figure out why this thing's freaking out. Be right back. Real fast. I've got to figure out why my stream computer is saying it's on a different network. Log in. Stream PC. This computer is not on the same network. Yes, it is. What the frack? Okay, that's bullshit. Let me try something else then. Alright, I'm setting up Chrome Remote Desktop on all my PCs now, which is, again, annoying as shit. Again, guys, I apologize. This thing's being a pain. pass. Give me my frickin' passwords, please. Here, let me just do this. At least then I can just switch to that camera while I'm trying to figure out what the hell is going on here. I'm a little bit confused why it's like... Why is it saying that my password's incorrect? What? That's weird. Why is it saying... Hold on a minute. I think the Chrome thing is... Why is this being such a pain? Like, it starts off, Splash Top should have no problem connecting to that computer. They're on the same network, but it's saying that I'm not. I'm restarting the laptop to see what the hell's going on. Like, I should be in the garage right now working on stuff. Testing. I am getting absolutely no microphone going to voice attack. That's why voice attack is not working. This is a pain. Voice attack not responding. That's always something you want to see, right? Come on. Pause music. Next track. Volume 10. Volume 5. Do you all have, well, if you're watching on Twitch, you should have music right now, right? At least some music. Problem is, I can't hear it because I can't get to the... Oh, what the hell? Maybe that's what was going on. There's something weird going on with this laptop now. Damn it, everything goes wrong when I try to start a stream. Camera 1. Camera 2. Okay, so all that stuff is still working. Now I just gotta get Windows loaded on the laptop here. It's almost there. There it is. Log in. Why is Splashtop not functioning today? Oh, is it doing that again? Or no, it's not plugged into the base, so it shouldn't. I have this really weird issue with this laptop. It's a tough book. And the issue I have is that sometimes when I start the computer, turn it on when it's on the charger, it does something weird to the processor, and the computer will literally freeze for like 2 minutes at a time. And then it'll work, then it'll freeze again, then it'll work, and then it'll freeze again. And the only way to get it to stop doing that is put the computer into sleep mode, exit sleep mode, and then it works absolutely fine. But until then, it just freaks out. Okay, let's try Splashtop again. Was it doing that shit? And Dietrich, what's up, dude? Hope you're doing well. Okay, so we're going to sleep it. Problem is getting it to recognize that it needs to sleep. Okay, so there, it's sleeping. And wake up. Maybe? Yeah, I know. Almost halfway done with the year already. Okay. All right. Unfrozen. connect. Well, there it goes. Okay, it's connected to the internet again. Refresh. Stream PC. This computer is not on the same network. What the ever-living frack is going on? Oh no, it's something wrong with the actual... Hold on. Exit. The actual Splashtop streamer was having an issue on the stream PC. Good song. I wish I could hear it. Okay, that's what the problem was. Something was weird on that. Okay. Cool. So I now have my streaming PC on this so I can actually see it. Let me go back out into the garage and we can actually get something going. So be right back. I also got to fix my audio so I can hear the music too. So be right back, guys. It is slightly important when I leave the basement to switch the basement microphone off and switch to the wireless microphone, but actually push the button to do that. So, one moment. All right, let's see. And yeah, here. Like that. All right. Take 3. Let's try that again. So let me show you the issue that I'm currently having. Camera 1. The text is really, really big to the point where it's like, yes, I can read it across the room, but I can't see much. Camera 2. Camera 2. There we go. So, what I'm trying to figure out now is why the text is not changing size. I also need to figure out why my headphones are not connecting. Voice meter potato. Reset. Nope, don't have headphones. Give me Bluetooth back. Settings. Paired. Connect. Connected. Reset audio. Hey, I have music! Volume 15. Volume 10. Volume 15. Okay, so now I gotta figure out why is Rutony so messed up here, size-wise. Okay, I'm right here. I just turned the thing so I can actually see it. Okay, found it. Apparently they changed it to zoom. And it's 2.3 is our new scale. Okay. Alright. Oh, man. Alright, so, I'll give you guys a couple updates here. I mowed the yard yesterday, so that's why the trash can is full of green right now. I gotta throw that in the trash can here. There was somebody in town was giving away a table, so I went and picked it up, because it's like a medical style table. The problem is, I didn't realize how huge it was, so we will probably be fixing and then modifying this thing later. But as you can see, it's slightly tall. It's nice because it can roll every which way. The bottom has like this big lead weight, and then the top is all aluminum, so it's very difficult to flip over even though it is so tall. Probably also all this stuff and gunk on the top, I'll probably have to spray it and then we'll clean the aluminum up at some point. First things first, the other day, we're going to be trying to clean up the garage again because after getting the Miata fully up and running, I definitely need to do some cleanup badly. Oh, nice to have some wheel locks. Oh, wow. Okay. So, I was scattering some, oh, what do you call that stuff? Diatomaceous earth the other day. And apparently, it got all of the cars. Of course, I forgot the keys. So, my hope, I think I have well, no. This week I have no appointments. And next week, however, I do have to drive about 200 miles one way to do a medical appointment. And I'm trying to take the Miata for that day. Ooh, not good. So, we're trying to get some final things fixed on the Miata. I need to put the O2 sensor in a different location. Won't be that hard. I then need, shit, my radio in the car just stole it from the phone. Need to move the O2 sensor. I need to take the oil warmer that is on the car right now, take it off and replace it with the other one, and then reconnect those water lines. Right now the RX7 is the only of the two cars that has working AC. When we did the AC in the Miata the other day, I stupidly forgot to tighten up a joint and it all leaked out. So I am an idiot. That is entirely my fault. That being said, when I had the AC stuff in it, it worked absolutely fine until it leaked out. But at the same time, yeah, I've got new AC stuff coming in. Should hopefully be here this Wednesday, so we'll refill that. Other than that, what else? Oh, man. Much lower car than the RX7 is. Make her hiss? Talking about the blow-off valve? Like that? Okay. I'm also trying to avoid getting these cars too warm either because, again, I'm going to be trying to work on the exhaust on this one. And there goes the microphone again. Fell out of my pocket. Alright. Both the cars, properly wash them. Huh. What? garage door button has 5 inches on stereo. So that's good. How far does the Bluetooth mic work? It's not a Bluetooth mic. This is using standard radio signals. And the last time we tested this, the receiver was in the basement. And I got halfway down my front driveway. So now it's mounted higher. It might reach a little bit further. Yeah, I don't know. That being said, the headphones are Bluetooth, and those, the moment I go outside, it starts breaking up. So, and they already disconnected, so let me reconnect that too. Do you guys have music? Next track. There it goes. Okay. Yeah, if my headphones or microphone transmitter use radio, well, if they both use radio signals to send and receive, I don't know, I could probably go around my entire yard. Alright. I'm going to try to do some reorganization here today. Also, you'll notice that there's a big oil spill on the ground here. The RX7 is still leaking. I need to figure out that too. Know a guy who's very into tuning builds. He has a 1.8 or 2 liter Skoda VRS factory forged crank. I told him his car has a cold because the blow-off valves are massive on that thing. He last time used says he's boosted with 3 bar. 3 bar is 3 times Earth's atmosphere. 1 bar is 14.7 psi, so multiply that by 3. That is all. Oh my god. 42 psi? 42, about 44 psi or so. That's, ooh, that sounds fun. Yeah, my car, I think so far since I've rebuilt it, the most I've gone is maybe 5 psi, but that's me barely on the throttle. Stock boost is around 14. I'm going to be closer to 20. But that's going to be streetable. And also, I'm slowly ramping up to that because I've got all the electronic controls. So I don't want to kill myself or wreck my vehicle because I haven't driven the car in like 2 years. So I really want to get used to the vehicle before I do stupid shit, you know? Like, I made sure that flat shift works. I didn't do a flat shift, but I made sure the functionality worked, and it does. And the way that works is that the car looks at, hold on. Essentially, there's 2 switches in the clutch pedal. One tells if you start to press the clutch, like say for a gear change. And the other one is to make sure that you have the clutch depressed fully, for example, for starting the car. The one that I have for starting the car is completely bypassed, which means that I can start the car with the car in gear, which you can use the electric starter to move the car, which is not recommended, but also it'll jerk if you accidentally do that, which is not a good thing. With the programming, essentially what happens is I tell it when you're just driving around normally, after you reach this point, you have armed flat shift, and after that, it watches that. It's like, okay, so a brake pedal. You guys know how your brake lights work, right? It's not detecting that you're pressing the button, or it's not detecting that you're pressing the pedal. What's happening is that your pedal, when you're not touching it, it's all the way up and pressing a button. And the act of pressing that button is opening the circuit, okay? And when you press the brake pedal, because you press it that little bit, the button now is spring-loaded, comes down, makes contact, and your brake lights are on. That's essentially how the brake lights work. Well, that one clutch pedal, the clutch button, works the same way. The moment you start pressing the clutch pedal, it disengages cruise control. No, that's all it does in the stock cars, is it disengages cruise control. In my car, if you're more than 3,000 RPM and you press that pedal, you have now gone into flat shift mode and you now rev limit the car, I think, to 4,700, right? So I can rev up to, say, 3,100, press that clutch pedal and floor it, and it will go up to 4,700 and stop. And just just bounce off the artificial rev limiter. Pause music. Pause music. Pause music. I don't know why this thing's not listening to me. Let me guess. Voice attack broke again. Testing. Pause music. There it goes. I don't know why it's freaking out. So what happens is when you're going full throttle, okay, my car has a 7,000 RPM rev limiter. I think I actually spin mine in stock format up to 7,200. Because I have not done any head work, I'm still keeping that 7,200 rev limiter. After I get the other cylinder head built up, we might be able to raise it up to 8,000, which will be fun as shit. Now that being said, what I found is that if you rev it up to red line and then shift, you usually fall to about 4,600, okay? So the entire point of flat shift is you go up to red line, you then keep your foot on the throttle all the way. And all you do is you press the clutch in, never lift off the gas, shift, release the clutch. That's it, okay? So if you're at 7,200 and you push the clutch in, well, it now rev limits it to 4,700. So it automatically will go down into the RPM needed for the next gear, and then you shift and release and you just keep going. The moment you release that clutch and that button is then pressed, because you're not pressing the clutch anymore, that rev limit goes away and it accelerates like a bat out of hell again. So, yeah. Also, I should also mention that during that time, when you're pressing the clutch pedal, you're able to control the timing. So, the car is making pops and bangs and all this crazy shit to keep the turbo spooled up while you're doing that. So, Hoti, right? I was like, oh! Next Friday is going to be fun. You guys are going to... yeah, that dungeon is awesome. It's a great dungeon. I'm not going to say anything more. It is a great dungeon. For those that don't know, I was helping Audi. They're doing their Endwalker content in Final Fantasy XIV. We stopped right as the Aaliyah scope was unlocked. So, if you know Final Fantasy XIV, yeah, that's where we are. And we're not playing again until Friday. So yeah. That being said, we are doing near raids on Wednesday, I think. So if you're able to get to Excalibur and queue up for near raids, we need a lot of people. So yeah, that. I'm pretty sure we'll have 8 on our own. We just need a couple more parties for the Alliance. But yeah. Next track. And it doesn't want to work. Next track. There we go. Volume 20. Volume 25. It's having so much difficulty hearing me or something today. It's about 71 in here right now. I don't know what that is in Celsius because all my shit's broken and I can't ask. Enigma, what's up, dude? Hope you're doing well. I have this thing that holds these specific type of wrenches, and I now have no idea where I put it. There it is. Why are you having so much difficulty? Because this isn't the wrench that goes in this kit. That might be why. Okay, never mind, ignore me. It's a different wrench. Oh my god. I mean, the Neo series, as far as I'm aware, it is published by Square Enix. The mic sounds very far. Wait, it's on my back? Okay, yeah, apparently it fell off. No wonder I was having so much difficulty for it hearing me. It did fall off, thank you. Hold on a minute, let me fix this thing. On a doorknob earlier, so that's probably what caused that. Okay, so I've got the lapel mic there. Get the wire done. Find the point at which it's good on my back. let's see if that works a little bit better. Yeah, I snagged the cable on the thing. I must have ripped the entire thing off. Camera 20. Volume 20. Hey, there it goes. Camera 20. What the hell am I thinking? I don't have 20 cameras. I have 2. I have 4 combinations of camera. Holy shit. Okay. Thank you for letting me know about that. I hate these damn weeds. Oh, and they just stuck me in the ankle. I'm gonna go grab a trash bag because I actually, hold on, I do have some in here, don't I? Yeah, I thought I had trash bags in here. Be right back. Okay. Got a nettle farm in the garden. Yeah, they're annoying as shit. I didn't mow the yard for like 2 weeks, and we've been getting a shit ton of rain here. So those things were like sticking like that far out of the grass, and I let them get real tall so I can go out there with a spade and dig them up. So I feel like the Elitoscope is going to be one of those dungeons like the Vault or the Twinning, where you tell someone they're going to go do it for the first time and they just go enjoy. No comment. I'm trying to stop laughing. I'm sorry. Oh, let's see here. Yeah, trash. Oh, I want to do some rearrangement of some stuff today too, because like I have all of the stuff that makes the car run on the car. So the only things, actually shit, what is... I do want to put the stock horn back on it. The aftermarket horn that I have on the car right now, it doesn't sound like a Miata. It's too bassy. Yeah, a lot of the stuff that's on the thing. Oh God. Okay. All right, let's move some shit around. We can probably put the snow shovel somewhere else too for the foreseeable future. Still need to put the mud flaps on the car. They're not really mud flaps, they're just kind of, I guess, prevent rocks from chipping the body, but RX7 air conditioning line. Actually, no, that's the, yeah, Miata. This is just the one that, like, it was a tube assembly. We only used a smaller one. We will have to be using the vacuum again on the AC system. Train horn would be nice. Yeah, it just doesn't fit the car though. It would definitely tell somebody to get out of the way, but again, it sounds ridiculous coming out of a Miata. It's not something you can use normally. That being said, I wish I had a train horn a couple days ago. Did you guys see that video I put up on the Discord by chance? I almost had a head-on collision the other day. Yeah, about had a head-on collision yesterday, or yeah, about 2 or 3 days ago. Yeah, frickin' ads. Always with the ads. So I bought this foam rubber stuff. This is the material that I'm using for sealing the radiator to the ductwork that I made. I've already got a piece on there, and it by itself dropped the temperature like 2 degrees. So I got to do the sides, and bottom not so much. I mean, bottom is sealed because of the other stuff, but it works really well. I'm using its own weight to help straighten the foam out. Stick the end underneath the old spoiler. I still need to put this thing on too, but then again, it doesn't really need it. Oh, we'll still have it ready to go on at some point. Oh, talking about the blow-off valves. Pause music. So this is called an RFL. Romeo Foxtrot Lima, RFL. This blow-off valve was designed to be really fucking loud, which is what RFL stands for. It's an extremely loud blow-off valve. Yes, I did try to drive the car with it. It is obnoxiously loud. Even just like around town where you're barely getting on it, it is extremely loud. It sounds like somebody is releasing a pressurized air hose every time you shift. In fact, here, hold on a minute. Let me find the air hose real quick. I need to, actually here, this is, eye protection please. Where's my, there it is. This is what the blow-off valve sounds like every time you shift. Ready? Here we go. That's essentially it. It is ridiculous. Yeah, and like, you're not even on the throttle. You're like, boom, it's like, holy shit. Dogs are freaking out. People are looking at you like, ugh. It's like, okay, yeah, I don't want that kind of attention. No, thank you. That works. Next track. Next track. I don't know. Oh, I about hit myself in the head with a wrench. That's great. I'm not playing dodgeball. Next track. Next track. I don't understand this damn thing. Next track. Holy shit. Whoa, about fell backwards there. I hear that, though. Lance, right? It's a little bit hard to do that when I'm doing these streams, though, especially when the bit that runs the music is downstairs in my basement. Oh, I thought it was bleeding. Shit. Bit of red silicone. No, Lance, I'm okay with voice stack not understanding me all the time. I am good with that. God, it's a mistake. There it goes. Whatever. Stupid squirrel? What? Volume 30. Well, these little plastic pieces, I can use them later on for melting, but... Oh, replace a girl. Okay. I was like, what are you talking about? I was confused there for a bit. That's trash now. Don't remember what that was for. I don't remember where this gets stored. Oh no, right there. That goes right there. Sometimes I wonder, when these manufacturers are like, let's make a box to store the tool in, but we're gonna give them this little tiny area to try to coil the damn power cable up into. Good luck. Holy frack. That won't fall out. Volume 40. So this is a cement mixer pan. I got it for $6 at, I think it was Home Depot. Might have been Lowe's. I don't remember now. But these are what I turned into, well, two of these I turned into the front ducting for the Miata now. So, heat gun, cutting things to shape and melting it, these work really good. And I have that third one in case I ever need it for more modifications. And I still have little pieces of it all on the floor that I'm going to collect later. Old ATI balancer for the Miata. This thing is beat to shit. So that's trash. Yeah. Oh, there they are. Make a wheelbarrow out of it, that plastic thing, it's not that stiff. You look at it wrong and it breaks. It's enough to hold air. Old air conditioning compressor from the RX7. That's the one that froze up on us, so that is also trash. the balancer and the air compressor, or the air conditioning compressor together, that thing's already heavy as shit. I'm gonna have to like be very careful when I take that to the trash can later. Otherwise, I'm gonna grab it and it's all gonna rip out the bottom. Original turbo for my 1.6 liter engine Miata. When I took it out of the car, there was nothing wrong with it. So maybe one day I'll be able to use that again for something. Maybe we can put it on the tractor. That'd be fun. Doesn't the local parts store take those back for refurb? An air conditioner compressor, when it's ripped, the inside is gouged out. Like you can't really do anything with it, no. Like it's completely, it's a 1987 air conditioning compressor. It's gone. Oh no, I know they're not. Like it's seized, like the pistons inside of it are like sideways and broken. There's not enough material to ream them out and replace anything. It's not worth it. Not worth it at all. Keep these for in case one day if I want to redo the water intake on the Miata ever. Damn it. Of course, somehow I have lost one of the Allen keys from that. That's frickin' great. No. Nope. Nope, still none of those wrenches. Yeah, Enigma, it is definitely one of those things, yeah. Oh, I need to do a quick Google for how big the nut is for the oil warmer on the first gen Miata. Because I got to figure that out too. Trying to put all my specialty tools in that drawer there. Ugh. For example, these. Nice little device. Hammer, well, hammer is not exactly a specialized tool, especially this one. I mean, I guess it's supposed to be ergonomic or something, but I don't know. I didn't buy this one. The fact that it's got that with the ball peen is weird to me. It makes more sense to have that shape for like a framing hammer. This is what I'm used to with the ball peen hammer. So, fiberglass handle, all that kind of thing. I need to find my mushroom hammer attachment though. Now I don't know where the box that these were in went to. Shit. Well, stay there. Hey, I found my size 10 metric. Forged in the heart of a dying star? Sure. It'll go missing again 3, 2. It's already over there in the pile. It's already mixed up. I don't know where it is anymore. Okay, yeah, it can be used for vacuum hose. So when I 3D printed this thing, I made a mistake. What I should have done is 3D print it with all the holes slightly undersized, and then when it was done, drill the holes up to proper size. And I was dumb, didn't do that, and because of that, not all these stay in the holes. So that's kind of annoying. $13mm, what's that? I don't think I've ever seen one of those. Those don't exist. Actually, what am I doing? Put the gasket in the bucket for the vehicle it's for. ouch. Just pinched myself with those pliers. I should show you guys what I'm doing, right? That would make too much sense. Wondering where these went to. Oh my God. I forgot I even bought a 90-degree.co. Holy shit. Huh. Okay. I remember having the regular .co. I don't remember buying the 90-degree. That's nice though. I need to find my oil before I use this, however. There it is. Heavily oil lit for the first time it being used. On there pretty solid. No, I'm also missing duct tape. You got to have the two of them together. Oh, it's not all the way on there. Okay, that explains it. I think we might be needing that later. Trying to make sure the oil's getting around all the surfaces on the inside. Okay. Cool. I completely forgot I got this. The 90-degree one, it's a lot, for certain things, it's a lot easier just to deal with it, handle it. So. Wearing these sunglasses indoors is probably a mistake. These things pinch your damn, what is it, the bridge of your nose bad. All right, what else was in there? Bunch of sanding discs, nice. Ooh, got a couple polishing discs. Nice. And the wrenches that I will lose immediately. That's a little plastic plug that's in the way before you put the air fitting on it. Morpheus glasses, right? Like it, I can still feel the pinch on my bridge of my nose. Oh man. So because I have the Miata running, that means I can use the trailer. The problem with the trailer is that I might have backed up the tractor one day and ran into it, breaking one of the taillights. So I've got a set of new taillights. We'll be putting those on at some point too. Where the hell? Got one here. I have like 5 of these things. Apparently not anymore. Ugh. Probably in the car? Nah. Well, no, there's 2 that I just threw over there. And as I'm looking around, I'm like, oh, there's the other one, there's the other one. Last time I used them, I think I was bringing the engine block back from the machinist. So I had it like crisscross strapped down in the back of the RX7. Oh my God. I probably should have gotten that chair. That one's a little bit higher. Probably a little bit easier to get out of when I'm done. Volume 20. You need Star Trek Discovery glasses that are just lenses that float in front of your eyes and always move with you to keep at the right distance. Lance, what you want are Adam Jensen glasses. The ones that they're stored inside of your skull. and then it's an implant so they can pop out at any time and just cover your eyes. That's what you want. They don't need to float. Oh man. I prefer the 90-degree .cos, but yeah. The only one that I had personally was a straight one for years, but when I was in the Air Force, we had both. But most of them were the 90 degrees, so that's the one I prefer. Don't feel them at all, they must float. Oh man. I don't think there's anything wrong with this one. I think we actually replaced this with a new one. This is the old one. We're going to toss that one. Hacksaw. That is a specialized tool. I think we actually have a different hacksaw, don't we? Where's that other hacksaw? There it is. You can kind of grab it every which way. Volume 30. I should probably replace this grinding disc. That thing's kind of been on there for a long while. Let's probably do a replacement. Yeah. It's like I got this toolbox, I might as well start using it, right? Hey, one of the scribes of mine, one of like 5. Let's start keeping track of those. Actually, one moment guys, I will be right back as soon as I fix this. All right, be right back guys. So we're going to be trying to install some relays in the Miata. I want to try to essentially rewire the power windows so it doesn't wreck the window switch. So we're going to try to redo those. So I bought a few more inspection mirrors. I bought this because I might have stepped on the old one. So, yeah. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to take this apart, keep the mirror part in case I ever break the other one, so I at least have a backup. But the handle is gone. Is it mandatory that every shop over a certain age has a trash can from the tub from a dead Craftsman shop vac? Funny story with that is I got the Craftsman vac for free from somebody local who was trying to get rid of it. And in my mind, I was like, oh, I'll be able to take it apart and because it wasn't working, right? And I was like, oh, I can get that, and I can change the brushes, and I can get it to work or whatever. I started taking it apart, and no, it was absolutely wrecked. So at that point, I was like, yeah, nope, not even worth dealing with it. And technically, it is a normal trash can. I'm just using it as the wheels so I can wheel it around. But, I mean, I could technically separate the two and make it into another trash can, but, nah, whatever. And also, I got a bunch of new magnets because I kept losing where my other one was. So I now have 4 magnets. Actually, hold on, let me rephrase. I have 4 magnets that I know where they are. Always keep the ball and coupling, that's what I put that in here. And what remains of the actual mirror, because there's nothing wrong with the mirror. And there's the coupling, keeping everything together. Keep it all in the same drawer. And then the magnets. There they are. All right, I do not believe, we might need that soon. Disc brake caliper lube. A lot of these little chemicals and stuff should be put back into their spot. That's where I put all my wire. Completely forgot about that. I did it again. I meant to give you guys a camera view of what I'm actually working on, and I never did. Okay, so we're going to put 1 magnet actually in the box. 1 magnet bottom of the welding table. Another magnet bottom of that bench. Where else should the other one go? Bottom of this bench. That's how I've always had those things. I just have them hanging everywhere. Now that I've kind of cleaned some stuff up, though, maybe we can find my previous magnet. Oh, I'm I'm like, why is this not rolling? Possibly because it's sitting on top of a zip tie. That'll do it. Camera 1. Find the 9mm while I'm at it. See the mess that I have now? As I was working on shit, I just threw it on the ground. That's what I'm trying to clean up. Oh no, I found my 10mm, one of them. We're now just trying to clean this shit up. Because I would like to get my floor space back, please. I think I have a single 9mm. Because, yeah. Hey, there's that. There's my other .co with the rotary file in it. We put these in its bucket. These are all intercooler tubing for the Miata. One day we might go back and make some custom stuff, but that is not today. I do need to get, I need to measure a bunch of the hoses on my car and get proper T-bolt attachments instead of trying to use the screw drive. Why not have magnets on the end of the tripod legs? That tripod doesn't come with magnets, so I'd have to modify that. The other problem is that there's one of the other issues is the fact that being in a shop, it would then attract all the metal filings from any steel that I'm working on, which would be annoying. I haven't had a need to stick it magnetically on anything. Why not have magnets on the end of the tripod legs? It would be a perfect thing for all magnets to be found in the cleanup process. Well, I mean, if you want to pick up metal filings, that's what this. That is what this is for. This is a magnet on a roller, and it's supposed to pick up anything steel, but yeah. Found a 14. Do something dumb. Okay. I mean, technically you could do that. I would not trust that shit. Yeah, I'm not going to trust that to hang up over my head. I do need, next time I go to the store, I do need to buy a new broom handle though. There's nothing wrong with my broom handle, it's just I currently traded the broom for a squeegee. I need to get a new broom handle. Let me keep that out. There we go. Oh. So this is the old RX7 oil pressure sender. It's continuously worried because, like, the car ran absolutely fine, but it was saying that, like, at idle, it was getting 0 PSI, and then while driving, it would go up to 30, and I'm like, something's not right here. So, replaced that a couple weeks ago, and now it's at about 60 when you start it up, going down to about 40 at idle, and then 60 when you're driving around, so. Plastic sandwich bag over the magnet, yeah. I have a baggie that is listed AC bolts, but I'm like, I don't recognize where any of that goes. Actually, so I'll go, that's Imperial, that's metric. Yeah, so, well, let me know when the ads are done, please. Next track. Sorry, that song has too much high-pitched squealing. I think I just found my missing Allen key. I did, sweet. Cool. Now my question is, why do I have two metric? One of these kits is supposed to be downstairs in the basement, not up in the garage, so I'm a little bit wondering about that. Well, there's my Imperial ones, and I'm missing two from it. Damn it. Another scribe. This goes on the other radiator. So I don't lose that. Because there's absolutely nothing wrong with that other radiator, other than the fact that it's smaller. I could probably put it in the Miata and it would work absolutely fine, but I'd rather have the giant cross-flow radiator. This is my bucket of blades. Had a whole bunch of razor blades fall out, and it's safer just to put in a bucket. And got a filter for the tractor. That is the size for the Miata oil pan bolt. One of the things we're going to try to put together is that thing right there. I got it a while back and just haven't messed with it yet. Sweet, that's the piece we need. This is the thing that is used for taking that one oil warmer bolt off. I was worried that I wasn't able to find that. Good. Already got one of those on the car. Found another 10. So we've got that. The 10 is going to go into the specialized drawer. Actually, hold on. Why do I have it? Oh wait, no. Center punch. So if you've never used one of these, let me actually, hold on. Wait, what is this size? 21. Yeah, I'll keep that in there. Punch shouldn't be in there though. Where is the punch supposed to be at? Punch is supposed to be in here. Are the ads finished? Hopefully the ads are finished. I'm going to use the worst possible piece of metal to show you guys this. But on this piece of copper, the center punch, you get it on what you want to do, and then you press until it clicks, and that makes a nice sharp kind of divot. Kind of hard to see here. You see that little divot right there? Yeah, it makes a nice sharp point so the drill bit will dig into it nicely. Hole socket. Sorry, when I unlatched it, I had to look at it for a moment and be like, wait a minute, what way does it open? And it's with the words up. Yeah, I don't know. Twitch is weird. It might be something to do with TwitchCon Europe is happening right now too. Might have something to do with it. But then again, you would think that, you know, still want ad revenue. I don't know. So, on a stock Miata, pause music. On a stock Miata, they don't really have enough power to really get the rear end super loose. So on the stock Miata, a lot of people put larger sway bars. And putting larger sway bars means more resistance. And more resistance a lot of times means a little bit more oversteer. Well, my car, because it can make so much more power, having a stiffer rear sway bar would actually, like, it would be neutral on a stock engine car, but with the added power, no. I was like, I'm gonna keep the stock rear bar so we're not dealing with extra oversteer. We're gonna have induced oversteer just from the extra amount of power the car will make. So do not need that. One of the other bonuses I have is my car being a 97. I do have what is it called? I do have a torsion limited slip differential, which essentially it will send power to both tires all the time. When one tire starts to spin, it sends the power to the other one. The only problem is that the moment one tire goes airborne, it acts like an open differential. So if one tire goes airborne, that tire spins like crazy, but as long as there's any kind of friction, it will send power to both tires. So they're super nice. Like, you shouldn't be having your tires go airborne, right? Like, usually if that's what's happening, you're doing something else wrong. And it's not a front-wheel drive car where extreme braking causes you to three-wheel in braking or something. So that should not be happening. Got my dielectric grease. Put all my fluids back up here so I don't lose those. Special nuts for the exhaust. Those with high temperature stuff. Next track. There's the bit of the air conditioner hose that broke that caused us to replace the entire air conditioning stuff. So I'm going to keep this. I might be able to do something with this, I don't know. Keep that in case. If something ever happens to the hose I have backup nuts so I can make my own stuff. I have all the tools to make my own, like, single and double flared hard tubing. I kind of want to make some hard tubing for the water supplies for the turbo. That'd be really nice. Get rid of all the soft tubing shit and replace it with nice aluminum tubing or something. A lot of these other pieces, my car is no longer going to use any of this stuff. However, I'm keeping it essentially for an emergency. It's the ability to return the car to stock if I ever need to for some stupid reason, but essentially that fluid damper, I think it's a non-Newtonian fluid, non-Newtonian harmonic balancer is really, really nice. Internet just died. That's never good. So this is one of that entire relay thing is removed from the Miata. Don't need that anymore. There's all the stuff for the charcoal canister. Don't need that anymore. If I ran the charcoal canister, it would be plugged up in like 5 minutes after me driving the vehicle. Do weather nearby or something going on, or what's happening with that? Do you happen to know? Oh, there's the other piece. I was wondering where that went. Well, that now goes over here. Huh. Does something like down detector happen to show any outages? Thunderstorm over here since we had pretty high temps, yeah. Well, this is what this is supposed to go into. Well, there's the metric. That'll go in there when I'm done. Did have an EF2 tornado 2 days ago. Killed 1, injured 6. Ugh, shit. Yeah, tornado's been hitting early this year. I was reading some stuff on the RX7 forum. You guys know I did all that work to seal the HVAC system up and everything. The air blowing out of my vents when I tell it to blow out of just the main vents, it's cold, yes, but the airspeed seems a little bit low. And when you tell it to only come out of the vent, if you hold your hand underneath the dashboard, you still feel air down there. And it's like, that shouldn't be happening. Well, I was reading a random thread on the RX7 forum, and turns out there is another electronic controller mounted underneath the dashboard that does require you to have the dashboard off to get access to. But if I can remove that and reflow a lot of the solder connections on that, that might actually solve the, because what's possibly happening is it's not fully moving the flapper doors all the way if the solder connections are bad. So we will have to take that out at some point and see if we can change that and see if that fixes it. I mean, given the air in the RX7 is damn cold when the AC is on, it's just, I feel that it could be colder. $11. Ever since they went away from R12, I have yet to find a car HVAC that gets truly cold. My RX7, when just having the car idle, we were getting it down to 38 Fahrenheit. When I was driving, it was getting down to 35. But that's also a R12 that's been converted into R134. I also have all the tools to properly convert it. Now, supposedly, you can make it more efficient by changing out the condenser. The condenser I have is still the stock condenser, but it's working okay right now. I believe also there's a new thing out there, like R158, I think it is, something like that, that supposedly is getting better, but the pressures have to be exact. So it's a little bit, you got to have the proper tools to be able to make sure the pressures are right. Again, I've got all the stuff to make sure the low side and high side are balanced properly. Then I'm able to release or add pressure to whatever to make sure it's right. Took me a bit to understand how that works. It also took me a minute to actually find the proper connectors for it to actually attach to the RX7, because that was a pain in the ass. That is my bucket of fluid pumping stuff. That's how I get the thick-ass transmission oil into the transmission. So that's like 90 weight stuff. It's thick as shit. Wonder how long till the new tech they use in mini split. I don't know what mini split uses. That's an air valve. Oh, that was for that thing. Just not for the fluids. Go up there. This is the heater core return line for the Miata. Again, I have two engines, so I have two of them. That's just the one that's not on the vehicle right now. Yeah, when you say new tech for the mini splits, I'm not aware of what that is. I bought this chair from the BX at Kadena when I lived in Japan. Didn't really have many choices of chair available there. I still have this thing I need to get the fittings on. I don't think I have fittings. Sorry, I'm looking for my cutters, but I don't see any anywhere. That's part of the reason why I'm doing the garage cleanup, is so I can find shit again. Hopefully when I'm done, everything will be on the table at minimum, and I can at least just go through it. But it uses a variable speed compressor so that it can auto reverse for heat. It's super efficient and super cold. That sounds more like a heat pump. Yeah, that sounds more like a heat pump. The way it is made, it has a built-in soft start. Huh. So, like, a heat pump does that thing too, because, like, pause music. With an air conditioner, all it is you have two. Give me a moment. Let me get the correct terminology here. Camera 2. You have two heat exchangers, okay? And what it's supposed to do is you have the compressor, and when it goes one direction, it gets compressed. That line is now high pressure. When it gets to the metered air valve, it expands. And that expansion is essentially what happens when you have a can of compressed air, right? The stuff inside is compressed, it's getting released, the pressure's going down, and the expansion, that absorbs the surrounding heat, causing the can to get extremely cold. In that way, if that heat exchanger is inside the car or building, you have air conditioning. Because essentially the air goes through that thing that's getting really cold, it cools off, that goes to the room. That area where it's getting extremely cold, the reason why it's getting cold is because it's absorbing all the heat in the air, and that heat has to go outside, go to the other heat exchanger outside, and that's where the compressor compresses it, and it then gets rid of that extra heat, and then it repeats, right? When it starts getting cold outside, you want it to do the opposite. You want to take the heat from outside and bring it in. So the compressor will run the other way, and it still does the same thing, except the expansion is happening outside, where it's getting colder outside, absorbing the heat, and then that brings it into the house or car, and then compresses it to release the heat, but then absorb the, well, essentially release the heat. You can't absorb cold. Cold is just the absence of heat. I know that they use heat pumps in Teslas, in electric cars in general, because they don't really have a good source of heat. Because it's not like a gasoline motor where only about 20% of the gasoline turns into power for the car. The other 35% turns into waste heat that goes into the cooling system. The other 35% goes through the exhaust and out the back. That's the reason why, for example, putting a turbo on the car, you're capturing some of that wasted energy, and that's why my Miata is getting 45 miles per gallon, because I'm I using some of that, what would have been wasted energy, to get better gas mileage. Yeah. I mean, they've done heat pumps on cars before, but again, very limited, because one of the biggest problems is that for heating, if it gets extremely cold outside, you can't use it. Heat pumps for houses, they have some, but they have to be buried way underground, like 10 to 20 feet, because it's literally absorbing the heat from the ground and underground, unless you live in an area that has like permafrost. That's about the only thing. For example, I've got a heat pump in my house. Right now, when it's warm outside, oh my God, it's so efficient. Super, super nice. Come wintertime, the moment it drops below like 35 degrees outside, just turn it off. It's not worth it. And that's when my baseboard heat comes on. Dunpeel, what's up, dude? Hope you're doing well. Yeah. Now, I wish I had a geothermal heat pump, because then I'd be able to run it all the way through wintertime. Even when it was freezing outside, technically underground is still absorbing heat, but yeah. Yeah, my thing is that with the age of my house and the heat pump, it's not. Like, its power use after that point starts skyrocketing, and it's like, okay, time to turn it off, and like, it's running constantly, and its efficiency goes to shit. So, yeah, for me, not worth it. To be honest, thinking about that, I probably need to I need to call a specialist to come out and actually check the pressures. It might be a pressure thing. Because if the pressure's wrong, it should be able to work down to freezing. But if the pressure's off, that might be something that I'm gonna have to see if I can call somebody to come take a look at it. The lid's still on that. Camera one. Oh man. Next track. All right, bear with me a moment. Because I have a convertible and it has been nice outside and I've been driving outside, and the fact that there is pollen in the air, my sinuses have been bugging the shit out of me. So give me one moment, I'm gonna blow my nose. So, one of the annoyances with having a hole in your septum is you can't blow your nose normally. Volume 5. If your nasal cavity is working properly, when you breathe in, the air goes in, it swirls around like a little tornado. The dirt and debris get thrown outward, sticks to the snot, and then your body gets rid of it, right? Mine, I have a hole between these two chambers of my nose, so it's a little bit turbulent. When your nose is working properly, you usually can only breathe through one nostril at a time, because essentially your body lets you breathe through one while the other one is clogged, and your body is then doing whatever to flush it down into your stomach to get rid of the gunk. And then when that one is done, then this one clogs up while you breathe, so it switches back and forth. That's how it's supposed to work. Mine, after I had the hole, I can't do that, so when I blow my nose, I have to like hold one shut, and then all the air goes through the hole and then out the one side. It's such a mess. Oh my God. Make sure, like, if you have anything with your septum, get that shit fixed. I tried to hold a sneeze in and I ripped a big hole in mine after a big surgery, so don't hold your sneezes in, it's not worth it. Volume 30. Place looks like mine. Yeah. Oh shit. Okay, making sure I actually turn the microphone back on. Volume 30. Would love to have the PC's water cooling connected to the AC. Oh yeah, you can. I kind of did something like that when I lived in Utah. I had my, because I built my PC with like an extra meter of flexible hose. So I put my radiators physically in front of the air return. So all the air in the room had to go through my radiators to get back to the circulation of the house. And I mean, it worked well. Like, that PC had both the CPU and the GPU being cooled. And it worked well because like none of the heat from the computer was ever in the room with me. Like all that heat was sucked into the air return, and then it would go through the housing system to cool it off before it got pumped back into the room. So it was nice. But that's also one of the reasons why when I moved here, and because I own this place, I started making all the modifications, and why I put my gaming computer physically in another room. I didn't want to see it, I didn't want to hear it, no nothing. However, I did find out one bad thing, is that when you're trying to restart it, it is a pain in the ass to have to go into the other room, press the button, try to rush out of the room, try to keep the cats from going through the door, all that shit, right? So I actually bought a really long cable, and I now have 2 buttons in the room with me that I can reset my computer and turn the computer on and off from my room. And then it's hooked up to, the keys are lit up too, so they show status of computer and hard drive access or whatever. So that's kind of nice. That's an old fuel hose. Bit of protective sheathing around it. That's something for the welder. And that is an old rusty razor blade. That somehow I bent the case. I'll have to fix that later. Sounds like something I would do. Wait, which part? Talking about me putting the computer in the other room, or the remote buttons to turn the thing on and off? Because yeah, it is something I would do. Because I did. I don't know what I did. I think I pinched my back the other day. It's being a little bit irritating. Oh, shit. The remote buttons, yeah, it's really nice too. I mean, it's literally using like cherry keys or whatever. It's the soft touch keys, like they don't click, but I'm pretty sure I could I could literally take those keys out and actually put the clicky ones in it if I wanted to. That's how nice it is. I was considering taking it and mounting it on the wall so it's not even on the desk. So it's kind of like a little bit easier to see. Damn, that just... Did it sit in vinegar or something? It might have sat in vinegar and that's why I etched it so much. Huh. Camera 2. Some files. Pretty coarse one there. Oh, what is this? Oh, another timing belt kit that I don't need. Okay. Well, I have another timing belt in the future. And a valve cover gasket. That's convenient. The belt is literally fighting me getting the thing down. There it goes. Okay. Keep all the Miata stuff with the Miata. How old is it though? Might have a time limit. It's less than a year. I think I've kept some of the timing belts on the cars for like a decade and it's not been an issue. I mean, I change mine more often. Most likely, I'll forget that exists, and then I'll buy another one when I need to change the timing belt. So, I'm not super worried about it. The other catch too is that the Miata, at least the first generation engines, they were what is called a non-interference engine. So even if the timing belt broke, the valves would never touch the pistons, so don't ever have to worry about that. It'd be one of those things, yeah, I'd have to get the car towed home, but not super worried about it. I don't remember if that was the proper one for the iron aluminum radiator. Well, there's my other one. Okay. I ended up buying 2 new ones because I couldn't find that damn thing. Yeah, if you have an interference engine, at some point, camera 1, so the piston's going up and down. Well, the piston and the valve can be in the same spot. When the piston is low, the valve can be there, but the valve will move up and out of the way to prevent hitting it. In fact, I'm pretty sure you've seen some pistons that actually have little dishes in them. In fact, no, I've actually literally got that on the Miata pistons. Hold on. So here, check this out. The Miata piston literally has little dishes in it. And that's where the valves are. You can see how the ones on one side are larger than the ones on the other. The smaller ones are the exhaust valves, the larger ones are the intake valves. And yeah, the valve will literally tuck inside that gap at its closest point. So, but some engines don't have that. And yeah, if a timing belt breaks, the piston and the valve interact the same place at the same time, and that's not supposed to happen. Shit bends and breaks and not good. Where's my car? Currently outside as I'm cleaning the garage. They both moved outside under their own power. So those are the turbo manifold bolts. Those are the turbo downpipe bolts. I need to find the other little container that I had for those though. But yeah, I just moved the cars outside to give myself a little bit more room in this room. And so far, so good. Nothing in there. Hey, more turbo studs. Nice. I need to find a little bit of sandpaper, which I don't seem to have any here. Or that'll work. Bit of Scotch-Brite. Knock that rust off of it. Am I going to play any games today? Maybe. I might either fire up some Xenoblade or Final Fantasy later, but I'm not really sure, to be honest. Just putting a light coating of oil on this tool to prevent it from rusting anymore. I think it sat in a little bit of water and it's got a little bit of surface rust. It's a rotary file, spherical rotary file, and one down, got to find the other four. One is in the tool, so two more. The one that's in the tool is a short one, so there's still 4 of the long ones left. Yeah, see this one's little short one? Little short one compared to the extremely long shank, right? So, same type of tool, wrong, doesn't go into this tool kit though. I'm gonna put them in there for now. Also, this wrench right here, that end is modified to be extra thin because otherwise that would not be able to fit into that little slot right there to loosen that bit. So that's a modified tool. I ended up buying those. I need to take these, sand them to get a rough surface, and then paint them neon green or orange or something so I can see them across the room so I don't lose them. Probably also connect them with a cable so they never come apart. Found one of my air blowers. I was wondering where that went. When you have a file, this is just the handle that goes in, like so. And then when you tighten it down, that gets drawn in and it clamps on there, so now it's on there solid. You have a proper handle. Paint them in UV reactive, and we have a UV lamp. Dave plays. I'm glad you brought that up. One of the biggest annoyances with working on aircraft is what is referred to as FOD, F-O-D. Foreign object damage or foreign object debris. I've heard both, but essentially it's stuff that can damage aircraft. And same kind of thing, except this one you just jam it in there and hopefully friction holds on to it. This is what you use to clean out the teeth on the file. I'm going to have to go through it one day and really clean out that rust. I'm seeing little bit of like, it looks like smoke coming off it, but it's the rust. Clean that out. That's a rough file, the other one's a little bit finer. Pause music. So when I was in the military, if you break a drill bit, as an example, camera 2, you have to find every single piece of the drill bit. Okay? It was one of those deals that there were some days where we would have only been working for 8 hours, but somewhere somebody drilled something at 7 hours and 50 minutes and broke a 1/8 inch drill bit. And because that happened right before a shift turnover, everybody from our shift would turn all their tools in and then everybody in the shop would go to wherever the drill bit was broken, and everybody would be looking for the pieces. And when I say you have to find all the pieces, I shit you not, I'm talking about all the pieces, okay? So think about how brittle a drill bit is, and when you snap it and break it, how those little pieces shatter. And you will literally have a master sergeant of the shop in possession of this drill bit, usually in a plastic baggie, and whenever anyone finds a piece that might be part of the drill bit, they have to take it out on a piece of paper and start lining the pieces up and making sure that they all notch into each other to fit and make sure you have all the bits of it. Yeah, there were several days where we turned from an 8-hour shift into a 16-hour shift because we literally sat there for the second shift looking for the damn pieces of this drill bit. Well, one of the things I suggested was Metals Technology had this stuff that penetrated into the metal. You could compare the weights. No. We had to physically find the pieces. Were there instances where you all just gave up? There were some instances in which somebody found another drill bit that accounted for the missing drill bit. Essentially, it was somebody higher up going, just give me a new drill bit, and oh, I found it. There were definitely a couple instances of that. But, yeah, as far as I'm aware, we've never had I was on a plane in which we found a set of vice grips still clamped onto a thing, and it had flown from Iraq back to North Carolina with that on there. And apparently, calling back to whatever base was in Iraq at the time, they're like, hey, because another thing too is, and in the military, okay, all of the tools are etched, okay, like hand etched, laser etched, whatever. Everything has an ID number on it, okay? So when you have a toolbox, that toolbox has an ID number on it, okay? So it'd be like, SM, sheet metal for my division, my shop. Sheet metal, TB for toolbox, 000, and then whatever the toolbox was. And then, let's say it's toolbox 1, okay? You would be going through it, and let's say I had a hammer, okay? So I have this hammer, okay? Well, the etching would have to be on the rubber grip. So on the rubber grip, we would have taken like a Dremel, and you would etch that toolbox's number into the rubber. You can't do it on the fiberglass handle because that damages the handle, but you have to etch it on the rubber and the metal head. Anything like if the rubber handle ever falls off, you can now identify that that handle came from that toolbox. If the head breaks off and flies somewhere, you can identify that that head belongs to that toolbox, right? All that kind of shit. But yeah, like everything had to be etched. But the thing is that when you have a set of vice grips, and I shit you not, let me find, I don't know, do I have one? Yeah, they were roughly something that size, camera 1. It was a set of vice grips about this size that were just on the plane, right? You take it off, and you're like, okay, and it still had the tool etching there. And yeah, called back to the base, or more like emailed them and said, yeah, we have this set of vice grips with this ID number on it. And they're like, yeah, we lost those like 6 months ago. It had been doing missions. It was going between Iraq and Turkey and wherever the hell else. And oh my God, it was just on the plane. Like it wasn't holding anything in place. It was just clamped there. It was just in the flap well. We're like, if you don't know about the C-130, its flaps are essentially on these kind of rollers, like sliders kind of thing. So they've got these little wheels, so it rolls down and rolls up. And the way that it goes down and up is it literally has a big giant screw. So it screws one way and it retracts up. It screws the other way and they go down, right? So that screw is essentially holding the entire thing. And it's got a few of them, like 2 or 3. It's been over a decade. I don't remember anymore. But it's a giant screw like that. It's big. It's like a 1.5 inch screw. Yeah, massive thing. And it would screw the entire flap out and back in. And it was just up there in the exposed webbing for the thing, and it was just clamped. Like, okay, whatever. Next track. Size 21. That is essentially my lug nut remover right there. Oh, I know what this is. That is the bolt that came out of the oil pump. And I replaced it because we put the air conditioning bracket back on that needed a longer one. Oh, things with the castle nuts, nice. Ads, gotta have the ads. I don't want the ads, but gotta have them. Gotta pay for my streaming on Twitch, right? Camera 2. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that whole ad thing. Again, I think all the people that work at Twitch, they're at TwitchCon this weekend, so they don't realize that their shit's broke. So they don't have anybody actually manning the servers to fix things. Is what it kind of sounds like is happening. Oh, man. Look at how much space I've already cleaned up. Holy shit. It's great. one day we're going to come over to this wall of stuff over here and clean that too, because that'll get a ton more space. Nope, that one's still good. That's the old stud, that one's trash. Yeah, here we go. So, the studs that are new in my car, I've got, forgot what they're called now. Crankshaft main studs. So those are new. I've got cylinder head studs. So those are also new. I want to keep that. That's trash. That's trash. I've got brand new turbo manifold to turbo studs, and then I have new turbo to downpipe studs. I think in stock form, several of those were actually bolts, and they, with the heat, they stretched and it was nasty and all that kind of crap. So it's usually recommended to upgrade them to studs, which is what I did. I don't know what I did. I am having a really bad pinch in my back every now and then, which is one of the reasons why I'm attempting to sit down a lot right now. Camera 2. Oh, I never finished my damn story. So, we had another shop that had this stuff that they were able, and it would penetrate metal. So essentially, it would soak into the very surface layer of, say, drill bits, right? And we got like a quart of this stuff from them, and we started putting a bunch of drill bits into it. And we started off with the 1/8 inch drill bit, because those are the ones that broke the most and caused us the most grief for trying to find the pieces. The stuff is invisible until you pull out a black light, and then it shows up either neon orange or neon green, like it lit up. Well, when you shatter a drill bit, you just turn the lights off in the hangar and you pull out a black light, and oh my God, you're able to find the pieces so quick. It helps so much, because there's nothing, there is absolutely nothing in a military aircraft that is neon green or neon orange. Nothing. Everything is subdued colors, right? So when you break a drill bit and you pull out a black light and you're like, oh, there it is, right? Like it is so bright. And that helped finding pieces. So like it went from being there for a second shift, like 8 hours plus, to possibly annoying some people. Because another thing too is that when a drill bit is broken and people are looking forward with it, nobody else is allowed to touch the aircraft until it's found. So whenever something like that is lost, it puts other people behind on maintenance because they're not allowed to touch the aircraft either until the thing's found. So instead of taking 8 hours, possibly more, an entire shift of people not being able to do anything because of trying to find one broken drill bit, instead, you can tell them to turn the hanger lights off because they're those big lights that take like 5 minutes to heat up to temperature. You just turn the hanger lights off, pull out the black lights, find it, and then turn the lights back on. Everything's good to go, and then they can work in 5-10 minutes when the lights turn back on. Because usually, if you're looking for it on swing or mid shift, it's nighttime anyway. So yeah, but yeah. Where did I put that bucket of blades? Because I've got a blade sitting here that needs to go into it. Ah. There it is. Half round file. Again, a lot of these files I got from when I bought this toolbox. Several of them are a little bit rusty. That is a specialized tool for taking the crank on the engine off, so that'll just go into the Miata box because that is not something I use a lot, so it's going into the area that will only get used if I do more Miata stuff. I can tell you one thing, it's really weird to have so much more space here because I don't have the engine and transmission sitting out. Opens up so much room for activities. It's great. There's no reason for me to keep this. This is the stock crossover tube from the air filter to the intake on the Miata. My car is turbocharged. I have intercooler tubing. Don't need that anymore. Actually, you know what? Hold on. There's nothing wrong with it. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. I wonder if I can sell that on eBay or something. Yeah, it never got modified. There's nothing wrong with it. Still has the original clamps on it. Still has the Helmholtz resonator on it. Nothing wrong with it. I might sell that on eBay. Timing wheel. Another bracket goes into the Miata box. Oh man. Okay, that's not good to do. I can't do pull-ups on the garage door frame, apparently. Flexes a little bit too much. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, I did that and I just felt something in my back pop. Oh. Actually makes my back feel better. Holy shit. That's trash. That was my aluminum welding practice. Extra bolts goes in the box. So when I bought this disc and belt sander, previous owners had used it for wood. So they had a wooden frame attached to it. You heard the popping? That's right, the microphone's right there, isn't it? Camera 1. So 4 down, 1 to go. Which one am I missing? I don't know which one I'm missing. I don't know. Camera 2. All right, I think it's cool enough. We can turn the AC off. Off, I said. I kind of double tapped the button and turned it off and then turned it right back on. That's no good. Oh. You pleasure yourself. What? What the hell kind of question is that? It depends. Are you messing with a time traveler of yourself? Or is that still technically masturbation? I don't know. Haven't they made like videos on that before? I'm pretty sure they have. As for the RX7, don't need that anymore. Hell of a question, though. Oh! Let me guess, is this still the gallon of vinegar? Yep, that's vinegar. I made the mistake the other day. I opened it up to smell if it was vinegar or water, because one of these I replaced with water. And I was like, oh, yeah, that's strong. All right. Let's see. Oh, got the air vacuum. This thing's disgusting, too. Oh, make sure it works. What do I use vinegar? I was running the vinegar through the cooling system of the car, trying to figure out, like, trying to use it to degrease and get that oil out. Like, put it in there for like 10 minutes and then flush it out with water. Yep, that works. Really good vacuum. When we would have these in our toolboxes in the Air Force, and you'd have to sit there, and when you were done, you had to take the bag, open the bag, get all the crap out of it that you vacuumed up. You then had to turn the bag inside out and get all the shit off of everything before it was even allowed to be put back into the box. Like you had to make sure there was nothing on it. Like mine, it'll stay dirty. I'm not completely cleaning it to that level. No way in hell. Oh my God. I'm gonna have to go through a bunch of this stuff and reorganize where these tools end up going, because I'm already kind of starting to lose space. Yeah, it is a very nice tool. It used to have a piece of tubing that would go into the end of it that was like super flexible for getting into hard to reach areas too. I need to see if I can find that. The one we used was kind of like this clear plastic so you could like see if something got stuck in it, but yeah, I need to try to get something like that. This is just the lid for one of those water filler things. I have essentially one for the RX7 and one for the Miata now. I just don't remember where I put it. It's probably over there. Also, don't know if you guys heard, if you live towards the poles, make sure to go outside tonight and look and see if you see any aurora. Supposed to be a really, really big, what is it called? Big solar flare happened, and it was hitting a little bit last night, and it's supposed to peak tonight. So this is the thing that the previous owner of this device made. Camera one. And what this is supposed to do is it goes on like that. So it lets you sand up to, and it uses this essentially for your 90 degrees. The catch is, though, is that I am never going to use this for wood ever. Ever, ever. So I am never going to use this. So I have to figure out where to throw that away at. Oh crap, I got caught on the thing. Oh! Exhaust manifold for the original Greddy turbo for the 1.6 liter engine. My first Miata. Again, the one that I have now is a 1.8, so slightly different spacing between the exhaust ports. So, yeah. So, still have this. And apparently, I have 2 broken studs in it. Huh. I'll have to drill those out one day. God, the studs in these were tiny as shit. Delay, dude, don't worry about it. I'm not worried about it at all. I'm going to have to figure somewhere to put this other engine. Technically, there's nothing wrong with it. So I do have another engine block. The only problem with that one is that it had the bad crankshaft. I'm pretty sure if I took it, I could take it out and weld the wallowed out area and have the machine shop put a new groove into it and it would work again, but Oh, who was asking about the size 9? There it is. Found the 9 wrench. Oh. Oh dear God, look at this thing. This is from like a computer case I threw away like 4 computer cases ago. Like, why do I even have this? I probably was looking at it going, I can use that fan for something. It's quiet, that's about it. I don't know. Vacuum caps. This is another thing. I'm not sure if I want to put this on the car or not. Wait, which way do you pull this thing? So it's a steering wheel quick disconnect. And then it locks down. I don't know, the fan on it would seem too big for a heater thing. I don't know. I don't know. I think it would be too large. Usually the small ones aren't even running at full speed. Yeah, so this would be the part that is actually on the car. I'm sorry, this is the part that's on the steering wheel. Or no, is it the other way around? No, because this is the pull to you, and that's how it disconnects. Put it on, twist, and it will only snap and click in the proper position. The main reason why I got this is that right now, the Miata has an extension to move the steering wheel physically closer. My general understanding is that when you're in the car, you want to set your position where your feet and legs are comfortable, but your butt is like all the way back in the seat, right? And then your angle should be good for your back, but you also want to be able to put your wrist on the top of the steering wheel with your arm fully extended. And that way, when you bring your hand back to grab the steering wheel, it is at the proper distance. Because if you're having to like reach out to hold it, like your arms get really, really tired. So having that slight bend to your arms allow you to get full reach of the steering wheel in all positions and all that kind of thing. But I already have an extension, and I think this is the same thickness as that extension. I was originally going to put it on the RX7, but I don't know. I bought this thing like 5 years ago and never did anything with it. I think I was still in Utah when I bought that. Trying to step over all the oil everywhere. Oop, about slipped on the oil again. About bad. Oh, shoot. Special O-rings. These are the ones that you use for, they're green, and they're used for air conditioning systems. WD-40. Oh shit, that's like completely full. Fuel filter for the lawnmower. Volume 30. Volume 40. So this is the original air conditioning hose that I broke. Again, I'm going to keep it in case. This thing I think is the, I'm going to double check and see if this one actually fully works or not. Do I have a adapter anywhere? Set this to the side real quick. I've been wondering where this green electrical cord was. Put it with all the others. Trip on that too. Enigma, take care, dude. Thanks for hanging out. Camera 2. If I cut some pieces of 2x4 and fit them exactly between the rafters in the ceiling, I can then drill a bolt all the way through them and sandwich them, and then I create something to hang from here, and it will be able to hold my weight properly. I want to be able to reach up, grab a bar, and hang and let my own weight, let my spine, because this is not comfortable to grab at all. Oh man. I'm trying not to lift my legs up too, because I'm trying to let my muscles here relax, to let my spine expand a little bit. But I need to be able to do that while twisting. I have a inversion table downstairs. I might need to bring that inversion table up here at some point, because I actually have enough space out here to actually use it. Did I finish my drink? I think I did. Shit. Mr. Tizzo, yeah, I think it's sun's out a little bit today. We've had rain the last few days. Last couple days we got maybe, I think yesterday it got back into the 70s. Before that it was like maybe the 50s. I was still driving my car with the top down, but I had the heat cranked. Still worked. Today I think is mid to high 70s, and I think we're supposed to be hitting 85 tomorrow. Not looking forward to the future, but that's also the reason why my Miata, it now has a ton of sunscreen in it. Someone had one in my family. I was always scared to relax my spine muscles. Feels like your spine just wants to come apart. I just want to be able to relax, to get my joints to release, and a lot of times they have like bubbles of gas in them, and when release and the bubble of gas pop comes out, which is that pop you hear, then it's not pressing, gets into everything, and then you don't have pressure, and then the pain's gone. That's what I'm trying to get. Every time that you buy something from Atkins Rotary, they give you 2 erasable ink pens every time. They're great pens, but I have so many of them now. So many of them. And it's the kind of pen where the end of it, camera 1, the end of it is literally the eraser, and then the pen comes out of that. It's kind of a weird thing, but it works so well. But yeah, I've gotten so much stuff from Atkins Rotary. Pulley Boys, Camden Superchargers. There's their phone number. Bunch of really good stuff from that company. All right, Cat 6 cable. From when I was trying to hardwire all the stuff in this garage. Apparently there's something fucky with the switch I have over here. I want to get everything on hardwired at some point. This is another thing too. This, I guess, sat here. Yeah, it sits here. And what it's supposed to do is, as the wood goes in, you can have a vacuum attached to it and it will suck up all the stuff. The problem is you can't use this for metal. Like the metal's just too heavy, it just goes down here and gets stuck. Having the vacuum on it doesn't do jack shit. That and the fact that whoever had this thing before me, they didn't have the belt properly adjusted and it ate into the side. I'm gonna have to fix this, remelt a bunch of stuff. It's cracked right here. Yeah, I'm gonna have to fix that one day. Old oil filter. Oh, that's nice. I can use that to make a block-off plate before we take that off and fit that. That'll clean up the engine bay a little bit. Oh, those pliers are definitely missing some kind of handle. Dear God, they bent the shit out of those. They were wrecked. I'm going to keep this one. This one, when I put that block off plate, I can possibly use it. The one that I have on the car right now is made for that neck, but that'll completely block it off. Got a random level. It's magnetic, so it'll stick on the side. Look how messed up these things are. Like look at this one jaw, just completely mangled. Look how messed up the handle is. This thing was hit with a hammer multiple times, had to be. Previous owner of this toolbox, I think, was a diesel mechanic. Couple engine hoist things for the motor. I'm gonna probably bead blast those and repaint them a nice satin black or something. A red RTV gasket material. Let's put that up in the chemical locker with everything else. Ugh. Next track. Oh man. Blue RTV. Still in the container. More red RTV. Can never have enough red RTV. Got some gas, oh, not gas mask, respirator filters. Was on the news today. Very nice, dude. Oh! Rocking good tunes today. Nice. Yeah, I queued up. It's supposed to be like garage music, so it does seem really good. Actually, give me that one piece of wood back, please. I remember what I cut this piece of wood for releasing the brake pistons without them crashing into each other. That's what that was for. So I still want that one. Well, found all those bolts. Camera 2. Either you're looking at my back or you can't see anything. Oh my God. All right, that's an RX7 part. Drop the screwdriver, that's awesome. Foam rubber, that's for weather sealing. Ugh. All right, give me my, I need my broom back. Ugh. Shit, where did I put the, I have somehow misplaced the dustpan again. There it is. Yeah, I'm about to go to the store and get a new handle for this squeegee though. God, it works so well. At least it does now before I wreck the blade. Did not realize that slid back and forth. Oh, it's replaceable. That makes it even better. Wait a minute. Oh, they latch into that. Well, shit. Okay. I can just buy some rubber material and replace that myself. Nice. Cool. This is another thing. I want to kind of hit the top of that with some fluorescent orange paint so I don't lose it all the time. Camera 1. All right, that's 20W50. That's the RX7 oil. Because that is, yeah, that is not synthetic oil. You do not run synthetic oil in a rotary engine unless the oil metering pump is disconnected. And mine is still connected. That is the stock hood latch for a Mazda Miata. Again, there's nothing wrong with it. So might sell that on eBay. I still have the stock cable somewhere too. That's part of the frame that went in the front of the car that I cut out to, and why I don't have the stock latch anymore, and why I have the hood pins now. I kept this as just having extra material in case I needed it. Oh, so got a Dotco head, round end, rotary file, short. So yeah, this is just scrap metal now. Use it for welding. Same bit you use to balance turbo shafts? Nice. Yeah, they're super nice. Random ice scraper that I will probably never use. My cars stay indoors, and I don't let them sit outside long enough for ice to form. Never actually took the sticker off the damn thing. Well, I'm like 1 foot away from the trash can. I still missed it. Ugh. Drip of oil. Hate to use them. I'd rather have the car warm up and let the ice melt off. I was kind of the same way, yeah. Oh. Old main crankshaft oil seal, that's absolutely trashed. Completely random USB-A to USB-C cable. Pretty sure I can use that for something. What the hell is this? Oh. A lot of hardware. Goes in the bolt bucket. Pretty sure this was important. I think it, what was this? I think it was something on the RX7. I'm gonna keep it. This is all RX7 stuff. I don't know what the previous owner did with this, but they sharpened the Phillips head. Who does that? If you do that, it won't fit anything anymore. It's a very specific angle. Holy shit. That's definitely we modified this tool for a specific purpose kind of thing. I'll keep it because I'm sure I'll have to use it for something one day. Out of 10-something years, I only had the chance to have snow fun like 3 times while you bought four-wheel drive. It's still good if you have to accelerate from being stopped if the road is dusty or it rains. I cannot just sit in place spinning one front wheel. Yeah. Yeah, I understand that. Now that being said, that's still one of my favorite stories to tell. When I got, so my very first base was Pope in North Carolina, so East Coast, right? I got orders to go to Hill Air Force Base in Utah, and I owned 2 cars at the time. One was the Miata, one was the RX7, right? In fact, both cars that I have right now. I decided I'm gonna take the Miata out there. In my mind, I'm like, it's a smaller car, it's also turbocharged, it'll perform better at 6,000 feet in altitude, all that kind of stuff, right? Well, pause music. When I got to Utah, everyone was like, oh, that car is so small, you're gonna get it stuck in the snow, all this kind of stuff, right? I have never gotten the Miata stuck in the snow, ever. Ever, ever. The Miata is so light, it doesn't sink into the snow. You just ride on top, right? And then, after I got out of the military and I moved back to Utah, but instead of at Hill Air Force Base, I was in southern Utah, we still got snow every year. I did buy a set of winter tires, of dedicated winter tires, and those, oh my God. Like, you can out-accelerate anybody with four-wheel drive. Like, I would literally have, like, somebody in a WRX next to me, and they'd be like, run, like full revs or whatever, all 4 wheels just spinning like crazy in the snow. And I'm just like, okay, bye, and just down the road. They couldn't accelerate because everyone's like, oh, I've got 4-wheel drive. I don't need winter tires. No, they're all running all seasons. Again, all cars come with 4-wheel brakes. You're not gonna stop any faster. The name of the game is traction. If you don't have it, you're not going to do anything. Pause music. Oh. What did I cut on? Oh. That's what probably pulled the thing out earlier. Ow! I mean, this is a pretty accurate scale too. It's limited to 660 pounds though. Oh yeah, it's absolutely terrifying when you're going and you start slipping on ice and stuff. I mean, yeah, I've had times where I've slid and I've had times where I've locked the brakes up, but so I grew up in North Carolina. If you're not aware of where that is in the US, it's kind of in the middle of the country, maybe slightly further south than the middle, on the East Coast. Essentially, you have Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina. And North Carolina, it got cold enough for things to freeze during the winter, but we didn't really have much snow. But I was born in Minnesota, which is almost Canada. So where I grew up and where I was from, well, my grandparents, they moved back to Minnesota when they retired, and because of that, went up to see my grandparents a few times a year, sometimes during summertime, sometimes during wintertime. So I got to see Minnesota in the winter when I was going through high school and stuff like that, right? Oh, what the hell is this? Hold on. Sorry, might have personal identifiable information here, so I'm just... Oh, dear God. Okay. This thing from State Farm is completely soaked in oil. So I'm going to set that over here, and I will deal with that at a later date. Separate all the pages and figure out how to dry them or something. That is completely soaked in oil. So yeah, I still have this other engine and its oil pan down here. We will have to figure out something to do with that. In fact, hold on. Hold on a minute. Ugh. There it is. Gimme. There we go. Volume 40. Nope, it's maximum volume. Yeah, that's never, it's always one of those things that it's hard. Here. Talking about that, bear with me one moment. Let me see if I can cue up a song. Volume 50. I'm going to play it after this song. I'm going to cue it up. So why did I not use this oil pan? Oh yeah, this is the oil pan that had the... So it just had the kind of gouges in that thing on the bottom. That was the main reason why I didn't use this oil pan. There's nothing wrong with it. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. Other than that, I mean, you can probably grind those out, blend them out. Yeah, the next song is going to be one of the songs that Emily's involved in. Yeah. Ah, fuck. Okay. Makes that a little bit easier to move around. Holy shit. I still didn't grab a drink when I was inside. Sorry, my volume in my headphones seems really low. Figure out what's going on with my audio. No, it's just low. Okay, there. But yeah, Dave plays Linkin Park will be the next song again, but it'll be one of the newer songs that Emily's singing in. Gorilla Glue. So yeah, here's that new song. I believe only came out a few months ago. Glue. And heater things. Actually, hold on a minute. So here we go. Volume 60. I apologize to anyone who's watching on YouTube right now. You guys don't have any music, sadly, because can't really stream it to YouTube without getting dinged out the ass. With Twitch, I can stream it on my live stream, but then it's removed during the VOD. Volume 30. All right. God. Wire got caught again. Where is... Sorry, just quickly checking phone. Okay. I'm hoping that volume 20, I'm gonna try, when I get my new cats, to try to have them out here with me so they get used to being able to explore the garage. And I'm gonna make sure that there's no like dangerous shit for them to have fall on them or anything like that. But we'll try to have them be garage cats too. That'd be nice. The cats that are in the house right now, I don't really trust them if the garage doors are open, because neighbors have a dog and stuff like that, and I want to make sure that when I get the new kittens and get them used to being in the garage, make sure they also don't freak out when like the outside exists, because Malcolm used to actually be super scared of outside. However, when I was away in Japan and he was staying with my grandparents for many years, they did slowly introduce him to going outside and stuff. They had to be careful because where they live, there's a lot of eagles and stuff, so they kind of had to escort him around. Oh, I got something to show you guys. Holy shit. One moment. Pause music. So I apologize. I am about to show you an animal that is dying, so just a warning. You'll understand why I'm showing you this in a moment. But the other day when I was driving home, I saw a crow pecking at something that looked like it was dying on the road. And that is a rattlesnake. And when I mean that it was dying, somebody ran it over, and it was literally like dying. Like there was not much really going on other than, like, I think its head was completely crushed. Of course, I didn't get close enough to inspect it. I just got close enough to film it. And I was checking all around me because usually, a lot of times, the reason why snakes are out and about like that is usually for mating purposes. And the reason why I know that is because many, many years ago, actually here, hold on. Camera 2. With this tractor here, my grandfather ran over 2 rattlesnakes. The mower deck killed one instantly, but then it chopped the tail off of the other one. And when he went inside and got his revolver to try to find the other one, put it out of its misery, but it slithered off into some deep stuff. And while we were out looking for it, it tried to attack him. It didn't have a rattle, so it wasn't making any noise. But yeah, that was a bit scary. My mother still has the rattle in a little jar at her house somewhere. Well, the rattle from one, I think. I think my grandmother might have the other. I might have to see if she still has it and take a picture of it. But yeah, a lot of times if they're out and about and they're not in their area, that's usually because they're mating or something. So I always want to be on the lookout for others. All right, let me see if I can kind of clean this up a little bit. So I'm missing 3 wrenches total now. Pretty sure it's somewhere around here. Oh my God. Pause music. Camera 1. Inverted cone rotary file. Tiny little one. So I've got 3 of them back so far. A lot of metal dust. Metal dust on everything. Probably also figure out some way to hang that ladder out of the way. Hold on a minute. I'm sorry. I just realized my chat thing has not been scrolling down at all. Oh, you piece of shit program. I'm sorry, guys. You guys have been speaking. I thought you guys had just been silent after I played that song. I'm an idiot. I don't know why this thing decides I don't want to scroll down anymore. God. Emptiness Machine was the first release. I'll have to cue that one up. Heavy as the Crown is on the League of Legends playlist. I don't play the games, but I've been listening to it like crazy on that one. That's the one that I pulled up. What is it called? Emptiness Machine. I'm trying to avoid punching myself in the face with this, so just bear with me a minute. Okay. This thing's heavy. Oh my God. has no bolt holes in it. Okay. I've got to get this thing on here if I'm going to be pressing the new wheel bearings into the RX7 stuff. Ah, that's what that's for. That's why it doesn't have bolts. Volume 30. Frickin' cardboard pieces everywhere. Ah, there's the arbor pieces. I was wondering what they were talking about. So another thing with the Miata, not the Miata, RX7. Let me double check and make sure this is still scrolling. Is the last thing said was bend with the knees, LOL. Making sure that that's actually, you guys haven't been saying anything else to me that I've been missing. Ugh. Okay, good. Yes. Awesome. Thank you. Oh. It is that. Okay. Sorry. Frickin' metal staple just fell into my crotch. I was like, okay, I gotta get rid of that. Guarantee you that would hurt if something got twisted the wrong way, right? There we go. This thing is incredibly simple. Really surprised about that. Okay. Literally, it's 8 bolts. The entire thing. Okay. So we need these, and these, and these. Thinking there is 17. Okay. Can't believe I just did that. I love how the instructions are literally start off with, have someone hold on to this while I do this. It's like, who? Who else is going to hold this for me? There's nobody here. All right, time to tighten this up a little bit. Let's just hope that it doesn't bend to hell. I heard Queens of the Stone Age. I think that was the end of the song. Ginger Pisces. Yeah, we're building a press, yes. Got to get things prepped so I can install, I can press wheel bearings and new bushings into the RX7 suspension. I am a machine that turns kickstart my heart into airspace violations. Is the thing doing that shit again where it's not scrolling? Like, this is super irritating. No, it's down. God, it's being so annoying though. What the hell happened to my large square? I thought I had one. Nope. See if I can find a small one then. Ugh. I mean, this doesn't really count because we're not on level ground, but... Ugh. Why is it so twisted that way? God dang. Oh my God. Wow. Of course they had to pack it with 2 different size bolts. You've got to be shitting me. Wow. Okay. So it's 17's on the bottom and 18's on the top. That's frickin' brilliant. Of course, it's the size of that I can't find. Rat the Ripper, right now we're building a press. It's not even 18. All right, so the 17 for the lower ones, 19 for the upper ones. Why is that still moving? Nothing on the bottom is tightened yet, so that's why it looks like it's shifting all over the place. Okay, so there's the top. Yep, wheel bearings and suspension bushings is what I'm going to be doing with it mostly. I've had it for a few months, I just haven't had time to put it together yet. And because I'm thinking about possibly doing the wheel bearings over the course of this next week, you kind of need this to be able to do that. So, figured, since we're cleaning up the garage, might as well take this time to actually get this on and assembled too. Oh. Neighbors mowing the yard. I'm like, I hear a lawnmower. What is going on? Because my neighbor on the other side mowed already. I mowed yesterday too. They're the only neighbor that hasn't mowed yet this week. The frack. There it goes. Yeah, that's on there. This thing is all sorts of rusted though. It's just surface rust. I probably just need to hit it with a wire brush or something. But it still works just fine. I'm gonna be right back, guys. I'm gonna go use the bathroom and then grab a drink. I'll be right back. All right. Of course, now the ads play after I go take my break. Yeah, the ads play on Twitch once every hour, volume 20. It's one of those annoying things. 3 minutes worth of ads, 57 minutes uninterrupted crap, but yeah, it's annoying. Oh yeah, if you have turbo, fun fact, if you do have turbo, thank you. Because even though you don't see the ads, I still receive the ad revenue as if you did watch them. So even if you're running turbo, thank you. Appreciate that. I really do not like that. They're literally just pins that are held in place. I want like something to stop that from falling out. Old vamp, I'm considering that, yeah. Cyber Blitz, yes it is. See, again, it's got two nuts going through it, and that's all that holds it. I'm going to have to, at a later date, I'm going to find, I want to, one, double up the hardware. Two, I'm going to take these back out, drill a hole through it, and put a safety pin in it to prevent it from accidentally backing out, because, God, that would suck. Have it drop out. To be honest, I think I can actually, like, I live close enough where I can get access to a bunch of farming implement stuff. I think I can actually get pins that are this size that they go in and lock. Like, they literally have, like, safety stuff. So... Which pin? Yeah. Wow. What kind of shit is that? This is the jack handle. Little like what? I am going to be welding up a new one of those. It's a collapsible. What kind of shit is that? Wow. The one they have in the pictures is easily double the length. Like, no. All right, let's see if I can get this in place. It's like, okay. Oh my God, this is going to be a pain. Well, I guess to loosen tension as best I can. Okay, I guess. Okay. What kind of crazy shit is that? Okay. Yeah, I don't like that. I might drill something and put a U-bolt around that for something. Building a data cabinet? Yeah. Not quite. Okay, there it goes. So there is a little bit of movement on this, as you can see. I'm thinking about getting some Teflon and putting it in that so it doesn't move around near as much. But there it is. Did I get my cars running? And then is this the leftovers or spare parts? Yeah, anything you see on the ground right now is either part of the second motor or things I'm no longer using, and we replaced it with better shit, essentially. But yes, right now at this moment, both cars are running. We still have some final things before I'm really happy with the Miata, but they're relatively minor. In fact, we're probably going to start getting into those in just a moment. And then we have some larger things we're probably going to be doing on the RX7 this week. So, frickin' box, stop moving. Again, attempting to not punch myself in the face. There it goes. Paper cuts are bad, but a cardboard cut sucks too. Big fucking staples. Good Lord. Okay. Oh, now we got to see how heavy this thing is in its assembled form. It can be moved around okay. Hey, there's the Miata hood latch. I can sell that too. That's not broken. Now, that being said, that is the Miata hood latch. I would think that the Miata hood prop would be somewhere nearby, right? That's still one thing I'm still cannot seem to locate. That is RX7 air pump. RX7 AC, giant freaking screwdriver. Holy shit. No hood prop. Huh. Yeah, I would like to stop having to use the one thing as a hood prop and actually have the hood prop back. That would be nice. Ugh. That hood prop has to be somewhere around here. It's been a long time since I've seen me do a canyon run. Yeah. I haven't been doing any flight simming stuff recently either, so yeah. Camera 4. Okay, so let me explain to you guys what I'm planning on doing here. So I kind of want to turn, pause music. I kind of want to turn this from the window over essentially into the work area, right? I'm thinking about taking these two racks here and these 3 racks, 1, 2, 3, and instead of them being on the wall like this, have them come out of the wall like this. So they're deeper, but there's just more of them. And put the 5 of those all over on this side, so they come further out from the wall. And that will open up that entire area. I can then take this box right here out and possibly put it underneath the window over there. And then I can take the workbench here, the workbench that's right there, put that in the back corner. Actually, I take that back. I might have one of these shelves over on that side, essentially to hold all the computer stuff. And that would be a thing, maybe, I don't know. Camera 2. Talking about canyons, did you guys see that, what was it? It was like I think it was in Switzerland, a mountain turned into a mudslide and essentially buried 90% of a town. They had geologists warn them, and I think one person was missing last time I was looking at it, but yeah, that was a crazy thing. This thing I'm holding in my hands right now is the piece we got to replace on the Miata. Camera 2? Nope. Camera 1. Camera 1. So this is a thing that goes on. Water goes in and out of this. And what this does is that water then interfaces with the oil. Because I believe, yeah, so the water goes in and it just kind of goes around a few times before coming back out. Its entire purpose is to, while the car is warming up, it transfers heat to the oil to warm the oil up faster. This does absolutely nothing when it comes to oil cooling. But, yeah. So, I need to get this back on the vehicle. And, yeah. Because apparently the one that I have, there's a leak between this and the oil side. And that's what was causing it to continuously add oil to my water, which sucked. Yep, that was the part that was leaking. Once I bypassed it, oil leak went away, and I sat there with the ends hanging out, and the car is running, and then suddenly oil started spitting out of it. So I was like, yep, I found it. There's where the leak's coming from. So, yeah. The problem is it's kind of in an area that's a little bit inaccessible, so it's going to be interesting to try to get in there with all the stuff installed on the vehicle now. We'll see. I don't know why I put the other one on there instead of this one. So, I don't know. I did hit this with the pressure washer, so there is still a little bit of just water in this, but it's been drying out for the last couple days. Yeah, but overall, yeah. That is the reason why this is the one. Oh shit, don't tell me I lost it. Well, I have a very specific size socket that apparently I have now lost. I thought I set it down over here, but apparently now it's gone. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Damn it. One moment, guys. Now I got to see if I can locate this thing. I thought I set it up over here. Did I move it? It's the only Imperial socket that I bought on purpose. Where the frack? It's that anodized black stuff too, so it's like, it's a very, very easily to identify socket, if I can remember where the hell I put it. Ah, shit. How do I do this all the time? Like, I had it. And I swear I set it down going, I'm going to put it here so I don't lose it. And then I freaking lost it. No, I didn't put it over there. I put it over here. It's right here. So this is a 1 1/8 inch socket. Very specific size because this is the only nut on the entire Miata engine that is not metric. It's a weird, weird size. But that's the bit that the nut that goes over this oil warmer thing to take it out. So there it is. So I'm now going to put these two things together because that is what goes in there. And yeah, they're going to stay together so they don't leave each other. There we go. Pause music. Anyone having trouble seeing the stream? All I'm getting is a black screen with a loading icon in the middle. Is anybody else having an issue? And or can somebody, I'm trying to think what would happen. Can someone like tell them to hit Control F5? Maybe that does something. The other problem, and again, this is something they can't hear because you got to be able to see the stream. Does somebody have access to my YouTube and send them to my YouTube by chance? Because they can watch on YouTube if they can't watch on Twitch. They're not going to have music, but they can watch. That is an option. Old Vamp, appreciate that, dude. Thank you. Yeah, YouTube is another option. I've been trying to dual or multi-stream to different services, but it's just been a bit of a pain because of the being able to see both chat has just been annoying. Ugh. Chrome extension, the stream works fine on the Edge browser. Weird. Yeah, I'm not sure with that. Might have to be one of those experiments you do where you turn half of the extensions off, see if it works. If it comes back, it was one of those, so turn half of them on. Go from there, see if you can narrow down what's causing what. All right, oil pan. It's aluminum, it's not super heavy. It's just I have to bend down, which I'm not ever looking forward to doing. All right, whatever. Put the oil pan on on top of the other motor. That might be another thing too, that other motor. I mean, I might as well at some point take everything apart so we have it ready to go if anything ever happens, but why do I keep doing this? Where's that paper towel? Ugh. Yeah, I use Vivaldi. Yeah. It's a Chromium-based browser, but it's made by the people who originally made Opera or something like that. It still uses all the Chrome extensions, though. Yeah, see, I will never use the Miata hood latch ever again. I physically do not have the metal in place on the car to put it back on there. I will never use this cable. Unless, hold on. Nah. Maybe, I don't know. Trying to think of anything I could repurpose this into, and I'm thinking going, would I ever use an exhaust cutout? But at the same time, the exhaust on my car sounds amazing, so I don't have any need for that. Put those up on eBay. I've got that RX7 airflow meter thing too to sell. It works absolutely fine. I have no purpose for it because I switched all my cars to Megasquirt. I don't need any of that 1980s technology. I got modern manifold air pressure sensing. I mean, it works. Shoot. I'll have to find it again, but I do have a box of energy suspension bushings, so we'll be able to change out everything on the RX7 as well. And somewhere in that box is the rear steer eliminators. The RX7 used to, it was these big giant rubber bushings, camera 2, that when you turned, they were sized in a way where they deflected a little bit, and it caused the rear wheels to kind of swing the rear end out just the tiniest bit. Well, I still have the stock suspension from 1987, so I'm pretty sure that those are a little bit worn out. So I'm going to be replacing them with something that it gets rid of the mushiness and it makes it solid mounted, which makes it apparently better if you're doing real performance driving. It felt nice when the car was new and everything, but I'm sure as the vehicle's gotten older, it's kind of flopping around a little bit. O2 sensor, oil warmer. Those are the two big things we got to try to do today. Yeah. All right. See, now I've got to figure out some place to put this. I'm also going to have to figure out something to put on that so I don't stab myself. Holy shit. Make some little 3D printed, I don't know. Oh, Rat the Ripper. No. You misunderstand. These are the bushings. These are just the bits where it's all the pivot points, right? I just changed the shocks year and a half ago now. So its shocks are essentially brand new. It's such a nice riding car. Still stock springs. Maybe down the road I might put coil overs on it, but right now I don't have any need to. It rides so good. The only problem I have with it right now is that as I'm going down the road, you can hear that wheel bearing going chung 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 chung, and it's like might need to replace you soon. That's why we did this today. All right. Thank God metal slides on concrete. Okay. Oh! What time is it? Oh, it's already 6:30. Shit. Okay. We're going to be working all inside today, so we're not going to be able bothering any neighbors. So we'll go late into the night if need be. Think I'll be streaming for much longer? A couple hours, or few, maybe 5, I don't know. And when I'm done with this, I'm probably gonna be, well, I'm probably gonna take a shower and then go play a video game. So there'll probably be a little bit of downtime in between, but I'd like to stream a bit today. Also, I absolutely love this belt sander. It's helped me so much over the last couple months, fixing a bunch of shit. So, okay, because I do live in Minnesota, this is the time of year that suddenly all the car shows happen because so many people are so tired of being cooped up in their house during wintertime. They want to get out and about and they want to pull out their nice car and go to a car show. So my Facebook is freaking exploding with all the different car shows now. Oh, I completely forgot about that. Ugh. Phone is going to disconnect and attach to the car. Okay, bear with me as I move this thing around. Uh-oh. Why do I only have one light going up? Now I got to figure out why that's happening. That's not supposed to happen. That's why. Oh, okay. Also, that's not bolted in all the way. I see. That broke. Expect to find what did you left behind. Ah, I see. So I don't have the original stock wires going to the headlights on this car because I got rid of the giant barn doors and went to these low profile lights. And because of that, the stock wire that went to the front headlight jammed itself into the, it jammed itself into the, oh shit, I just dropped something here. It jammed between the moving parts of the thing and bad shit happened. What doesn't look right? The lights? Wait, what? 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 The high beams are bright there. Why are they not bright there? Something wrong with the relays? Ooh, yeah, there's something wrong with the relay. That was weird. Yeah, I want full power lights to my high beams, please. Looks like I have some kind of police car thing going on there. I don't like that one light is slightly slower than the other, but this is one of those things I have to deal with. So, volume 10, essentially with this car, what's supposed to happen is when you pull the high beam stock to you with the lights down, it pops them up and they turn on. When I release it, they turn off. Wait a minute, whoa, hold on. I am really confused right now. What's supposed to happen is when you flash the lights, pause music, they're supposed to go up and you can flash the high beams as many times as you want. But then, after you release it, 1001, 1002, 1003, and then the light should go down automatically. Okay? But what that's supposed to do is that if you flash it very quickly like this. Wait, what? I am very confused. What it just did right there, I have been trying to figure out why this car does not do that, and the fact that it's doing it right now is confusing the shit out of me. I do not understand why. Awesome that it's doing it, I don't know why it suddenly is working. But see right there, see how now it's going up and down instantaneously? Press and hold it, release it, and now it's doing it. It's only doing it sometimes. I'm starting to wonder if maybe one of the relays is something messed up with it. Because that's what it's supposed to do. Maybe that's the entire reason why it was having issues, is because the relay's buggered up. I've never been able to be in front of it. Something is leaking. Where? This? Yeah, I know what that is. That's literally because I just lifted the water thing on top and it's leaking out. I'm aware of that. Because the water thing is what we've been attempting to fix. That's weird. The stock headlights are these big, giant, circular beam things. They're quite large. And they raise it up like at an angle like that. I went to the low profile, not only to get, just it being lower profile, but because it's two separate lights. This is a dedicated low beam light. This is a dedicated high beam light. So they can be independently aimed. As you can see, they can both be on at the same time. The stock lights, because it had the high beam and the low beam in one housing, you could have one or the other on. You could not ever have both. If you wired it to make it do both, it burned the bulb out faster because you essentially had two filaments going at the same time. So, yeah. All right, what am I going to do now? Yeah, so this is leaking water everywhere. I'd move that because that's where I found that wire that was getting pinched. So we're going to tuck that underneath. Okay. Yeah, we're going to try to get... I would have to say that oil thing right now is the biggest problem issue. So, yeah, let's get that changed out, I think. Am I trying to do the Miata wink? not trying to. No, I wish they were synced together where it would never do the Miata wink. It's just apparently if you flash it fast enough, one, and I think my other side just broke again. Yep, it did it again. Shit. So whatever's going on this side, I think a plastic piece broke. Yep, it popped out again. Damn it. Okay, so that's another piece I got to order and replace. Actually, hold on. No, it jammed in there again. Damn it. Oh, frack. Oh, that's even worse. That is even frickin' worse. The wires wrapped around the rotating assembly. Shit. Shit. Damn it. Well, that sucks ass. Okay, that's why it's wrecked, because I now have one of my wires is literally wrapped around the rotating part of the headlight. So no more attempting to flash the lights until I fix this. There's one. God dang it. Shit. This sucks. I need to get this unplugged because I can't have power. Okay. Headlight motor is unplugged. Cool. Now I gotta hope that I didn't rip the wires out of these things. Shit. Well, I mean, both of the lights were on, so clearly the wires are still connected, but damn. What a load of shit. Okay. Drill. Where's my drill? Damn it. I'm wondering if that was what was causing it to go slower, because it was literally being interfered with. Because in the past I could never get the Miata to wink because it ran so well, but now one side seems like it's going slower than the other. That's not working. I thought that would be able to help rotate it. Well, the zip ties are going to be coming out shortly, and we are going to make sure that all this stuff is cleared of all the moving bits, because damaging my wires by wrapping it up in the headlight motor is not something I was expecting to have to fix today. Oh God, it wrapped itself twice around this thing.
Okay. Is that it? That's it. Okay. Okay, good. The wires are undamaged. That's good. Plug the headlights back in. All right, you are now going to have to figure out how to get the hell away from the moving bits. I think I have a route here. Leave you through all that shit. There you go. And now it can't physically get close enough. All right. Okay, that's better. Tuck you underneath all that. You are no longer used, so you are also going to get tucked back in here. All this area that I'm tucking all these wires in, it's behind the overflow bottle, essentially. So once I get the overflow bottle finalized, when I have all the oil and crap out of it, the reason why it's loose is because I've been taking it out to clean it. And putting it in and taking it out is annoying. All right, let's try this again. This should now, we're going to put the headlights up again. And this. Oh, that's right, I unplugged them. Damn it. It's always one thing or another, right? Okay, so let's plug the headlight motor back in. I can find that plug. And back in. Okay, that's in position. And attach you. All right. You are now in. You're on there. Okay. Hopefully. Yeah, all that stuff is clear. This is the protective cover that goes on top. Okay. It is humid as shit outside. Okay. Hopefully. Cool. Hopefully that keeps working. So, headlights are fixed. Again, not something I was expecting to have to work on. Pause music. There is so much space in front of the car now. A little bit less if I had the RX7 here, but and still enough room to walk behind it too. Better turn the car off. All right.
If I haven't used the jack in a little bit, I always open the valve up and pump a few times to drive any air out before I use it. Shit. There we go. Oh, so low. I just put my full weight onto a sliver of metal that just went into my palm. Ow. I should also mention, I am jacking up my car in the middle of the frame rails. You do not do this. The reason why I'm doing this is because I have an aftermarket piece called a butterfly brace, and it boxes in those things enough that you can use it as a jack point. So just be aware of that. Now, I don't have the center section of the butterfly brace installed yet because of the whole, what is the word? I am doing a shakedown on everything else, and if I need to remove the exhaust for any reason, that has to come out. So I'm waiting until I can get a few miles on the car before I reinstall that piece. That piece is not part of the car in stock form, but it essentially boxes in the transmission tunnel. And it makes the chassis a lot stiffer. Again, right now I only have the frame rails, which still stiffen it, but the butterfly brace itself does it even more.
Okay. Yeah, that's not moving. Tripod is falling apart. Camera 1. All right. You can kind of see the frame rails. They're the stainless steel pieces on the bottom. Let me see if I can point at them real quick. Camera 3. So that is, you see this steel piece right here? And you can actually see the first part of the butterfly brace right there. As you can see, the middle bit is missing, the one that goes across where the exhaust is. And then you can see the one on the other side with the kind of triangle ladder thing going all the way down. That's all aftermarket. That bit right there. Right there. My fingertip is touching it. Same as that right there. Those are all aftermarket. You can actually see the fuel lines and the gasoline vent lines right there. Still in the same position. Those frame rails are the lowest part of the car. So if anything hits the ground, it'll be those frame rails before anything else. And because they're stainless steel, they don't rust. So that's good. As you can see on them, they're nice and shiny. They haven't scratched anything. I've not bottomed out the car. I have the car, I think the car is only half an inch in the front, quarter inch dropped in the rear. It's lowered a tiny bit, but it's really difficult to tell. Which I do have coilovers on this vehicle. Oh my God, I gotta clean everything. Car got dirty when I drove on that gravel road. Oh my God, it is absolutely filthy underneath there. The ductwork is working perfectly. Hasn't fallen out. It is locked in place. What just fell over? Sounded like something just fell over. Camera 1. All right, so let me show you guys what we're going to be working on right now. We're going to try to replace this oil thing. So, I don't even know if I can get to it on this side. I might have made a mistake. I probably should have drained the water outside before getting up in here, because I now need to remove this tube. Shit. I made a mistake. Frack. Frack, frack, frack. Well, I guess I'm going to be dripping water all over the place. The other thing I don't have... Actually, technically, nothing I'm about to do actually requires us to go lay on the ground. It was mainly just for the camera stuff for you guys to see, but might not have even needed to lift it up. I mean, having it up in the air is going to make it easier for me to do this stuff. Hold up. Oh, shit, one moment. I just had something go down the wrong pipe. Hold on. Yeah, sorry about that. Something just went down the wrong pipe and I just started gagging on it. Ugh. Good Lord. Oh, I have a brilliant idea. The other cement mixing tray, that's going to be what I'm draining the water into. Yep, got the cardboard, yep. So this metal bar is literally the piece that I put in to plug the oil that was leaking out. So let's take those off. In fact, it's leaking oil out. Of course it is. All of this hose that I have connected right now, I'm considering all this hose to be contaminated because essentially it's had the oil go through it. So we're not reusing any of this hose. Save these clamps because I'll probably need them later. I'm extremely lucky that this screwdriver, you take the different size things out and it's the size I need for all these clamps, which is amazing. I love it when that kind of stuff happens. Okay. I need to find something to cut these bits. I think all of my snips are downstairs though. Damn. I was working on some ductwork in my house to run air ventilation through. And I left, actually no, here's one. Here's the red one. All right. It is Sunday, isn't it? Okay, good. I was like, wait a minute. I don't remember. All right, those are loose. Break this free, and this is where water will come pouring out. And I think, yeah, Get that underneath there. Hey, look at that. No more oil going through my cooling system. Awesome. The next problem we have to do, and it's good that I got it up on the jacks right now, is I do need to, I will need to burp the cooling system of air. But, ooh, shit. Somewhere in this garage is a cooling system vacuum thing. Use it to get the air out of the system. I'll have to do that later. Where did I? There it is. All right. So this oil filter, it's the second oil filter that I've had on the car since having the new motor. This oil filter is going to be on the vehicle until I hit about 500 miles. Then it's getting changed out. But for right now, the oil filter on the vehicle is absolutely fine. So I'm going to be reusing it. Don't want to waste it because it's not done filtering yet. But I do need to wipe it down with alcohol. Make sure it's completely clean when I take it off. Make sure I'm able to get a lot of grip on it. Take this oil filter off. All right. So let's see here. All right. Oil filter is easily coming off. Let me take a quick look down here. Volume 80. Sorry, I have to turn this one up. All right, bunch of oil just leaked out. That's fine. Oil filter. Absolutely nothing wrong with it. The oil in it looks absolutely fine. No metal flake. Still looks fine. All right, now the only thing I gotta be careful for is directly in front of it is the alternator. And there is that one spot that if I touch it, that's a live connection to the battery, and shit'll spark. Okay, it fits on there nice. Take a look at it one more time. I can go to the rear, and that'll be able to turn it. That's the way you do it. Trying to think where I had the sockets. Do we have, let's see, where, it's probably over here.
Where is my damn tools? I swear I keep losing these things. I probably moved it over here and it's in the pile now and I just forgot. See, those are small. Do I have a small to large adapter? Or vice versa? Because that would be nice. Huh. Let me guess, is it in the car maybe? No. Huh. Might have just found it. Yep, there it is. Okay, had it in the trunk. Okay, now I just gotta make sure I don't hit the starter. Found another 10 as well. I'm going to unplug the oil sensor. Ah, shit. Camera 2. Sorry. The camera's at that weird spot where I can't get in here unless I remove it, so I apologize. I need to 3D print a cover for this one positive terminal on the alternator. Camera 1. So, right here is danger. That bolt right there is danger. If you touch that and bridge it between that and any other metal on the chassis, lots and lots of sparks. You do not want that at all. So that is why I am being very careful and going the other way. Ah, shit. Sorry, Camera 2. Sorry, guys. Again, the camera view is... When I'm at this point of choosing between the streaming camera and being able to actually work on the car, I'm picking working on the car. Volume 10. All right, I gotta get in here.
I'm putting my hand around the back side of it to avoid making sure that my hand is what makes contact with the starter instead of the actual metal piece. So, all right, there we go. I don't think I'm anywhere near it, but still trying to be safe. Okay, wrench is out. Such an awkward place to get to. I mean, it is easy to get to, but then again, all the modifications I've made to this motor makes it worse. So, like having the water line that I had to remove, that's not on the stock car. That's actually part of the cooling reroute for the BP series motors. So, all right, got oil all over my hand now. Okay. Be using a lot of alcohol to make sure that we've got all the oil residue off of stuff too. I was really careful not to touch the back half of this. You need this to be metal on metal contact and no oil in between anything. So that's why I'm getting that all off. Okay. All right, now the only other problem is that I still have all the hoses attached to this thing. So I'm going to have to try to pull all that out all as one unit. So it'll probably be snaking a bunch of these hoses out. Kind of annoying. So let's make another big frickin' oily mess. Okay. Oh shit. Got it really close to that metal thing, so I'm trying to avoid that. All right, there it is. So that's the one that was leaking. In fact, it's still leaking. And then, and this is the annoying part, I have to steal the gasket back out. Where did I put those scribes? There they are.
we go. I have a giant puddle of water oil mixture on the ground leaking everywhere. Great. All right. So here's our little seal that we got to put onto our new one. There was nothing wrong with the seal. It was something internal that was leaking. Because this just makes sure that the oil goes through it and into the oil filter. So that'll be good. I don't think there's nothing on this that is keying it at all. So I could technically clock it whatever way I wanted to. I mean, it does have 2 holes, and you do kind of want to put one hole up top to force the air out. Yeah, let's do that. So, okay, let's get you in here, please. All right, it is back in position. Again, there's nothing that indexes it, so it is literally whatever position I crank it down while it's in that direction, I guess. Clean this oil up, please. So that'll start soaking there. All right, let's put it on. So yeah, it doesn't take long to switch this thing out. It's just annoying to get to. All right, so, okay, it goes on that way. Put it on by hand because the thing sticks out like 3 inches because it's the same thing that the oil filter screws onto. Again, this thing's like 3 inches worth of thread. So I'm gonna be spinning this for a bit. Okay, cool. Okay, socket is going back in. Okay, it's hand tight. Shit, where did I put the... Oh, it's on top. Camera 1. Okay, it's on. That's out. Pull socket out. Okay. Before I put the oil filter back on, I am going to try to get a little bit more room for my hands and try to get the water line on there now. In fact, the water line, I'm going to take the water line, the temporary one that I put on there to bypass everything and just use it. I'm just going to cut it and fit it strategically, I guess. If I can remember where it is. I think it's snuck up underneath there. Yeah, it's right there. So there's the water line that I added. We're just going to cut it right there and then fit what remains back on those fittings, and then we'll be good to go. Nice. Now I just hope that let me reach down here again. Okay, this side needs to be extra long, this side goes straight on. So I'm gonna go and estimate right about there. Water's leaking out, as expected. Okay. So there we go, water's coming out now. Ah, shit. I didn't have the tray in the right spot, so all the oil and water is on the ground. Damn it. So we'll have to re-clean the garage floor again. Oh well. Actually, I just had a stupid idea. Who would have ever thought of doing something like this? It's not that big of a deal. I've got rags and I've got the stuff to clean it up, so I'm not super worried. All right, let's do this, please. And let's see if the camera freaks out or not. Oh God, I haven't heard this song in such a long damn time. All right, so both ends are still dripping out, but not super worried. And that's the reason why I got these, why I kept those. So if you look through here, that right there is where the oil filter attaches to. The things we're going for is on top of it. So this again is one of these deals of I have to physically get in here. It is extremely hard for me to try to fit the camera and everything. So I apologize that you guys can't see as much here. Oh my God, why, I cannot believe I just did that. I just picked up one of these clamps to show you guys, and I set the clamp down somewhere and I have no idea. Shit. How did I do that? How? How did I do that? Damn it. There it is, okay. Oh, yes, of course, I dropped it in all the oil. That's great. Camera 2. Sorry, the reason why I got my eyes shut is I'm trying to visualize how these are going to go in where I have easiest access to them with the screwdriver. Have an idea. So this tube has the tiniest bit of oil on it, and because of that, it's slick as shit. Oh, that's all my alcohol. Oh, dear God. It's loose around that thing. No wonder. I'm like, hold on a minute. I should have a lot more tube on this side. Like, I purposely cut that thing long. All right, there we go. Now it's, yeah, it's way on there now. All right. One tube is on, but I need to actually clamp it down. Let's get the screwdriver. And let's figure out how to get you. Yeah. Okay, second tube is on. Just need to get the clamp into position and tighten it up. In fact, I get to show you guys something now. Let's see if I can do this. Shit, cable's all wrapped around everything. Camera 1. There. So ignore the mirror. Look at the bit of light that the mirror is reflecting on. You see that hose up on top? Very top middle of the screen. It looks like a hose is going into that metal donut thing. You see that? Now if I shift over this side a little bit. Maybe not. Let me try to get down in here. This piece that the mirror is actually touching up top on the right. See how the one on the left is going straight up, the one on the right is going up and then out? Can you guys see those two? Kind of hard to see. I can kind of see it right there with that light. See how the two rubber hoses are going into the top of that donut shape? That's the water that warms the oil, essentially. The one that I had in the car was leaking, so it was forcing oil into the water. Camera 2. So now, the only thing I have left to do is actually put the clamps on. The problem now is I have to get them into position first.
Okay, the one is. Okay, let's see if I can get this without shocking myself. What year did this song come out? Was this 2003? Okay, one side is done. Moving the clamp into the position for the other side. And Paxo, no, nothing fell inside. I just had a malfunctioning part that was leaking and we're fixing it now. It just happens to be in a really annoying area to get to. Ah, damn it. I dropped the cap for the Miata headlight motor. Got to find that now too. Oh, come on. Damn it. It slid out. There it is. Okay. I got to make sure that if I need to remove it later, I've actually got the proper angle so I can. Otherwise, this will be a pain in the ass to remove at a later date if I don't remove the intake manifold or something stupid. Oh my God. I gotta go a little bit higher. Damn it, it's sliding off again. Damn it. Okay. Okay. Back down. A little bit more. Okay, let's see if we can tighten it right there. Damn it, it fell again. Ugh. I've got to try to hold it and keep it from moving. Okay, right there, stay. No. God dang it. This is a very awkward place to work. Okay, good. I've got it in the right spot now. There we go. Sweet. That's on. Oh! My knuckles are just raw. Dragging it across a bunch of metal bits. Of course, now everything is coated in a light, slick coat of oil, so it's hard to grab a hold of anything. Of course it is. It's got acoustic versions too, apparently. All right, I'm gonna quickly go inside, wash my hands so I don't have oil film on them. That way I can put the oil filter back on without it slipping like crazy. So I'll be right back.
Damn it. Well, I'm now wondering how much of me talking did you guys not hear? Camera 1. Look at all that gravel road gunk everywhere. Holy shit. And right there. Do you guys see that little bolt right there? That's our target for today. We're going to put an O2 sensor in its place. Problem is we got to reposition the O2 sensor from the underneath the car and then pull some wires through to make sure that the controller actually reaches it there. Let's see. Camera 2. Camera 1. I literally just set this thing down and now I have no idea where I put it. Damn it. Didn't put it in the car. There it is. Okay. I'm like, I know I just had this thing. think this is the right height. I'll try it though. I think this might be a little bit too high. Yeah, a little bit too high. Dang it. That'll work. Now to just find the right size. Nope. To 19. Actually, let me double check something here. Okay. So I need to put the O2 sensor in that. I have a completely brand new O2 sensor. The one that's in the other spot, I need to take out, put that plug into its spot, but then I need to pull the controller down past the transmission to kind of get it over here. And this is why I have the car up on the jacks, because this is going to require a little bit of getting underneath the vehicle a little bit. Move the tire a little bit. All right. All right, moving that over for a moment. I have old vamp. That cardboard would be absolutely amazing, except for the fact that it has staples every few inches. So because of that, that's the only reason why I'm not using the big pieces of cardboard from that box. Otherwise, I would have. But I do have a bunch of cardboard from some other stuff. All right. Let me see if I can find my smaller adjustable wrench. So I have two of them. I know where the big one is, but I'd like the small one. Gives me a little bit more maneuvering room in these cramped locations. Meh. I mean, I can do it, but Okay, actually, no, where's that new O2 sensor? Right there. Let me actually double check and see what size socket this actually takes. Is that a 19? So I've also got to, before I put this thing on, I need to actually do what is called a free air calibration. Might need to use an imperial size on this. That does not look like a 17. And 19 might be too big. Let me see if I have an imperial wrench from the diesel mechanic guy. Definitely not that big. Okay. What else did you have, guy? Nope. I think it might be, that's 13/16. If I have a, might be an inch even. Do I have an inch? Try a 7/8. Oh my God, it is a 7/8. Well, that's gonna possibly make it easier to get in and out. Okay. Okay, I can't put this in yet because I have to do what is called free air calibration. So it knows what normal air is before you run fuel air mixture through it. So, all right, and bear with me, I'm taking these headphones off simply because they're expensive headphones. I don't want to damage them underneath the vehicle. All right, ooh, there goes my back. Oh, maybe laying on my back will help. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh, okay. So I just had my back pop like 3 times right there. Give me a moment, I'm just gonna lay here for a moment and stretch. And hopefully the back pops some more. Oh my God, I need to clean the bottom of this car. Holy shit, there's so much dirt underneath here now. Good thing I have one of those pressure washer attachments that lets you go underneath the vehicle. Ah! Holy crap, okay. All right. Well, that was easy. That was extremely easy to loosen up. Almost too easy. So, what we're gonna do is the O2 sensor that is located here, way down the downpipe. I am really not... Okay, see, this is what's still confusing me. Okay, so let me explain what I think is happening, and now that I'm looking at it, it's making me wonder if I'm incredibly wrong. So what I think is happening, or what I thought was happening, was the O2 sensor is downwind of the slip joint. And my brain is like, okay, what's probably happening is that at full throttle, that slip joint is allowing a little bit of air to be sucked in because the amount of flow is creating a venturi. But then I'm looking at it and I'm like, wait a minute, this other place where it was fine before, it's also after the slip joint, so it would have been happening on both. So I'm thinking maybe it might not be the location, it might be just the sensor is bad. That would actually make a lot more sense, to be honest. So I might not even need it at that front location. I'm still going to move it to the front location. Simply because I'm down here, I might as well get it done. I know for a fact that it worked fine before at that front location, and I thought moving it to the back would be easier to deal with, but apparently it's not. So yeah, I gotta get into the car, remove the dashboard, or not the dashboard, the center console, because that is how the thing is routed down in there. How did I do this? I have now lost my screwdriver. There it is. Every freaking time, right? Am I still muted? No. Camera 2. Camera 2. There we go. Alright, so bear with me a minute as I try to get some cables and stuff rerouted. So for this, I gotta remove the shift knob. I have this tungsten weight. It's this big, giant, heavy sphere. I think it's 460 grams worth of tungsten, and it makes a nice feeling shifter. The Miata is already a very short throw, like it has very little movement to go from gear to gear, but having that extra weight makes it feel a lot better. All right, so 5 screws, then I have 2 things to unplug. Those go to the console light that lights up your little storage tray, and the controls for the power windows. Might as well turn the interior light off because I'm just sitting here. There's no use in wasting batteries. Alright. Put these screws where I don't lose them. Apparently I've also lost the magnetism on the screwdriver, so I'm going to remagnetize it later. Enjoy. Okay. Alright, lift that up. Unplug one. Oh, it's getting worse. Yeah, so something's happening with this where I think the power window motors are just old and resistance and everything. I think it's melting the plug because it's trying to put all the voltage to it, and it's having issues. We're gonna have to probably rewire that at a later date too, which, joy, that's another fun thing. But I'm also gonna be replacing a bunch of shit with relays, so the switch won't have to hold all 14 volts when the car is running. It'll only have to hold the 5 it's designed for, and then it won't damage itself. Okay, so now the O2 sensor here. So we pull. Oh, this is going to be. I completely forgot how I had this thing. Okay, trunk, go down. There we go. Okay, that goes back there. Bear with me. I apologize. The camera is kind of poorly positioned for what I'm doing right now, but I'm trying to just reposition some cables here because I did some stuff to try to clean the cable routing, and apparently the way I did it was wrong. So that's entirely my fault. Pull those cables out. Okay, those cables are out. Now this cable. Where are you? How did I route you in here? There it is. Okay. So I've got like an additional 2 feet of cable. Okay. So now let's push that and release.
All right, we are disconnected. That right, no, shit. It's just enough cable not to be able to show you guys. Okay, you can kind of see it. This thing that I'm holding in my hand right here is literally the O2 sensor controller. This is what is wired to go into the computer, and it also is wired where it routes into the O2, the air-fuel ratio gauge that is on the dashboard. So it goes into two different locations. One, so the car computer knows what is going through the exhaust, and two, for the driver to be able to look down and see if you're lean or rich or whatever for emergencies. Like if you look down and you're like, oh, I'm cruising on the highway and I'm at 17, or no, you're in boost and you're at a 17-to-1 air-fuel ratio, something bad is happening. That is not how it should be. Like in boost, you should be at like 11. Like it should be extremely rich. All right, so the O2 sensor is dropped off on the ground. Camera 1. All right, so now I have to do a procedure. As you can see, the O2 sensor, the old one is laying right there. We are going to try, I think I had this thing, like, I don't want the controller sitting next to the exhaust. I want it on the opposite side of the transmission, but I need to go from the, how did I have this last time? Shit. Give me a moment, guys. I've now got to figure out the routing for this controller. This is where it's going to get irritating. So we're going to drop the controller right there. Can you guys see that? Yeah, there you guys go. It's cool. So you guys can see the controller that I just dropped out the bottom of the car. So that is going in to the transmission tunnel through the shifter gasket. Awesome. We are going to close that. Nice. Okay, so first things first, I need to open up the internet. I forgot where I put my phone. Here it is. Okay, so I need to pull up the instructions for the LC1 again because I want to make sure I'm doing this right. And what I need to do is I need to do the procedure to tell the LC1 that I am putting a new sensor into you. I need to recalibrate everything. So that is what we're going to do. So let's see here. Okay. Innovate, LC1 wideband, LC1 digital air fuel ratio, sensor controller manual. Okay. Resetting the calibration data, page 13. Okay. So, switch 12-volt supply to the LC1 on and wait 10 seconds. Note that the sensor, do not connect the sensor yet. Switch 12-volt supply to the LC1 on and wait for 10 seconds. Okay. So let's do that. Oh. Car on. Switch the 12-volt supply off after 10 seconds. Okay. It is now off. All right. Connect the sensor to the sensor interface connector. The sensor must be exposed to air for the first time calibration. Okay. So that now means is without threading it into the thing, car is off. Let's get, hold on a minute. I'm sorry, this thing probably isn't scrolling down again. Or is it? I can't tell. Okay, it is. I swear, Rutony has so many issues. Okay, shit. Well, I had safety glasses. There's some different ones, whatever. Use those instead. Okay, so we're gonna go underneath, grab our brand new sensor, make sure it's not tapping on concrete. And, oh, there goes my back popping again. All right, so here's our controller. I'm gonna take the controller, plug it in. There we go. And for shits and giggles, I'm gonna take the sensor, have it go up through here. And I just want the sensor dangling in air. So it's not picking up the air-fuel ratio of the concrete or anything weird like that. Okay, so the sensor is now dangling in fresh air. We are now going to turn the power on, and I believe you keep it on for 2 minutes as it calibrates. So it has to do two things. One, the sensor is heated, so it has to get voltage and has to figure out how long it takes to actually heat up to proper temperature. The second thing is it then has to do the calibration. So inside the car, I do have an air-fuel ratio gauge and a little light that in the way that it's wired, the light notifies me if I am calibrating and or error codes. Like it'll flash a certain number to let me know if it's a certain error code. All right, the first 20 seconds is calibrating the sensor heater. And when it is, okay. Actually, no, I'm sorry, I did that wrong. When I plug this in, here, let me actually do this. Ugh. Let me do this. I'm gonna bring you guys into the car with me. Barely, because the cable is about to unplug. Okay, whatever, close enough. Ugh. All right, so right now I have a lot of stuff taken apart for the dashboard. What I want you guys to watch is that red light right there and this gauge, okay? So I'm gonna set you guys in the passenger seat and try to get the camera angled in a way where you guys can actually see things. You'll notice that this safety switch is lifted up and then that is pushed down. That is now calibration mode. In any of the other positions, it doesn't do anything. It has to be forced down. That's the hardest one to get it into. So that's the reason why I made it that way. All right, so we're gonna turn it on. There's power. As it's flashing, that is it doing the warm-up. Okay, it's flashing fast. So it's now calibrating the warm-up. And it's done. Cool. So now, we've now calibrated the warm-up. You'll notice that it is showing 19.6. We're now going to do a calibration. So after the sensor is warmed up, the meter automatically calibrates the sensor heater controller to the particular sensor. During this 20-second period, the LC1 collects and calculates sensor-specific data to quickly reach operating temperature in the future. After the first time use, the meter will use these values to regulate the sensor's temperature. During the heater calibration, the optional LED will blink fast and steady, which it did. After the heater calibration is finished, you should perform a free air calibration. The free air calibration is accomplished by either pressing the push button or connecting the black wire to ground for 3 seconds and then releasing. So this little switch right here is the safety where pushing that button does nothing unless the switch is in the lower position as well. So it's kind of like a two-prong thing. So now, 1001, 1002, 1003, it only needs to be pressed 3 seconds, release, and when it goes solid, it's ready to go. It's calibrated. Cool. After the free air calibration is finished, the LED should light up steady and continuously, indicating correct operation of the LC1. The act of putting that down moves that switch into the middle position. So we're done. It is now calibrated. Turn the car back off. And now I actually have to get it back into that port. So let's put the camera back down below for you guys to see what the hell I'm doing. All right, so I now have to get this thing into that hole that we opened up right there, but we need to route the cable so it's not laying on the exhaust and not burning up. So we're going to do some interesting routing here, I guess. All right, so where did I put those other safety glasses? They were much better than these ones. These are good if I have like anything coming from the sides, but the other ones are just lighter weight. Oh my God. Just, I don't know. Whatever. Okay. Just get this thing over and done with. I'd like to drive my car. The good thing is that because we got the headlights fixed, I can drive the car at night. So that's good. Ugh. All right, now the other problem is that the sensor just did do a heat up test. So it might be slightly warm. And there's that. Oh yeah, that's warm. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to unplug it. It doesn't matter if you unplug it as long as you plug it back in before it is, what's the word? Before you turn the car back on. So let's take that sensor out. Let's get that sensor into its new spot. I'm dragging the transmitter. It's always good. All right, you guys can see. Oh, shit. Sorry, my hand just cramped up like crazy. That's always irritating. Okay. Trying to position this thing where I can actually get up underneath here. Ooh, ouch. Okay, so now, one of the other things I am going to be doing, however, is I did make a little copper heat shield. So this essentially gets put on as if it is a giant washer. So that goes there. Start to thread it in. Turn our cable with it. All right, so it's starting to go on. Give me that damn wrench. All right. It's such an awkward location. hell am I doing? Oh my God. I just remembered I had a tool. I literally bought this damn tool like a few weeks ago. Still have yet to use it. If I can remember where the hell I put it now, is the problem. That's not it. Where did I put said tool? Now, here's the catch. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. There it is. Okay. Probably should have done this before I tried putting the sensor in. Oh, shit. 7/8. 7/8. Which, where's the old sensor? That one I can use. Uh, 22? No. Did I literally get a thing that does not have the size that I need? Oh my God. Are you kidding me? No, it says it's a 22. 7/8 oxygen wrench. 7/8 sensor. No, that's it. Okay. Freaking annoying is what it is. Okay, let's see if I can get this thing to work, because I've never really used this thing before. This is all new to me. What this is supposed to do is lets me actually use the sockets on something with a wire. So what this is it looks like this, okay? On one side it is an 8-pointed star. It's essentially a square, just turn 90 degrees. On this side it is a 7/8 thing, but you also notice it has a groove in it. And what this allows you to do is take it, the wire goes into it, that then goes on and locks onto our thing. Set our wrench up for tightening. And now I can tighten it while going around with the wire. Uh-oh, hold on. Little mistake. I gotta loosen it slightly because I need to reposition that heat shield. Still gotta make sure that it's flowing the air the proper way. Okay, so don't move. That is an amazing tool. I like that thing. Cool. So I now have the sensor on there, super nice and tight. I have no idea if my chat window is just not moving or people are just quiet. So I apologize. If you guys are asking me questions, I can't tell. Because, again, I hate this damn program. All right. So now I'm going to take that sensor plug, kind of fit it on top of the exhaust, and what I am going to try to do now is I'm going to try to route that wire up and over the transmission to avoid it being anywhere near the exhaust. So I need to have it go up and around. So bear with me a minute as I wiggle around this thing. Probably gonna get my hands dirty as shit because for some reason the top of the transmission, even though I pressure washed the damn thing, is still filthy for some weird reason. Every time I lean back on like this, my back pops in like 2 or 3 different locations. It sucks, but at the same time, it's amazing. Trying to get the wire so I'm not laying on it as bad. Okay. All right. So, there you are. I gotta get you routed so you don't get melted. I should be able to go up that way. Okay, so there's the sensor. Oh, this will be easy. I can go right over the top end of the front of the transmission. Should have plenty of room. If I can wiggle my ass over there. Okay. I'm sliding on the cardboard. All right. Let's see here. Okay, I can see my hand on the other side of the transmission. Pass it from one hand to the other. All right. So that'll tuck up high up in there. Do I have a... I don't see anything that I can zip tie anything to. That's still plenty far away from the exhaust, which is good. That again keeps it away from the exhaust. That will... Oh, it's literally right next to the... what do you even call that thing? That is the air conditioning drain tube. Is what it's right next to. Okay, cool. So there's that. Trying to make sure the sensor isn't like stressed. Right there's the... That is what keeps it from touching the exhaust. And we stay about 3 to 4 inches away from it the entire time. That's freaking great. Okay, and now the sensor plug. That then gets plugged in. That's why this thing was way the hell up there last time. Okay, because that's what I did. Okay, that makes so much more sense now. Okay, so now we're just finding the plug and... Ooh, okay, shit. Sorry, my hand just cramped up. Lining it up, plug it in, and click. Nice. Ooh, shit. There goes my hand again. Hell of a cramp. Okay, cool. So there's that. I am going to go and get... Ooh, okay, hold on a minute. There is a small bolt in the side of this, and I just realized that that bolt goes through this thing. That is what holds this cable, and I'm going to have it zip tied to that cable so it doesn't move on me. I am blinded by that damn light. So I need 2 zip ties. Yes, 2 zip ties. And then I'll pull the extra cable out into the cockpit, and then we should be good. And then I do need to put the plug back into that hole there. Oh shit, I'm caught. Wire, there you go. Okay. Ooh, cold. Hold my shirt up and touch the concrete. Pull that piece of cardboard a little bit more. Okay. Oh my god. Ow. All right. Where was that plug? I found my safety glasses too. They're underneath the car. Okay, there's the plug. Can we use... It is a 19 and or a... No, it's not even that. Oh, this uses a 19. Okay. Dang, where is my 19? Sorry, I'm going back to chat and double checking and making sure if you guys have or have not said anything. Oh, it's not scrolling. Okay. Just, I guess people are quiet. Oh, 19 would be nice to find. Literally used the 19 the other day because it's the size that is used for the oil pan. 19. There you go. There we go. Okay, so I need 2 zip ties. 1, 2. We're going to take 4 down there in case. I also need a number 10 ratchet. There's a number 10, but that's a solid one. Ratchet, nice. I think it's a 10. It looked like a 10. We will find out shortly. Ugh. Oh, I was looking for you too. Shit. Got that little red bristled plastic brush thing. I'm going to use that to clean my wheels at some point. Oh, and there goes my back again. Pop, pop, pop. Okay. All right, set you all down. This plug is going to go in first. Find you. There you are. Start threading you in. Nice. The other side effect is by moving that O2 sensor. What is that? 1, 2, 2.5 feet forward. It should hopefully react quicker to events and stuff too, so that'll be nice, I guess. Oh my god, this is not really in an easy to get to location, is it? Don't want an exhaust leak, that's for damn sure. I do have to say, this entire exhaust, it sounds so good. Like, I kept hearing stories about how the Enthusia exhaust with the, I think it's a Borla muffler on the back of it, but it works so well. It does sound really good. And the spooling, oh my god. Like previously, when I had the stock exhaust, it was choking the turbo. So what was happening was you'd get on the throttle, and at low throttle, it was just like trying to force the air through, and it just had trouble. And you would only get full boost pressure around like 4,000 RPM. This thing's going to be at full boost at like 2,500 now. It's going to be insane. It just accelerates so damn hard. I do need to get the front ABS hubs because I do want to put sensors up there and properly wire in the traction control stuff, especially for like winter time. Oh my god, that'll be amazing, getting it set up so winter time won't have any weird traction issues. I can go full throttle and it will just go. It will be freaking amazing. Oh my god, how much more does this thing have to go? Just keeps going further and further in. Holy shit. Okay, right there. That's where it stopped. Okay, makes sense. Sorry, my left hand every now and then is just The muscles are cramping like crazy. It hurts so bad. Ow. Just frickin' ow. Alright. Zip ties. I see that? No, my right hand. Okay. Get the number 10. Loosen. There you go. This is more securing main battery cables, so I'm not bouncing around anymore. Okay. Fuck. Hand is just cramping up like crazy. Okay, where's that thing? There it is. Alright, so we're going to put you onto that. You are then going to go up there. And you are going to go through all of this back into that spot. Maybe. Oh, shit. Damn it. Okay, there it goes. Starting to thread. Cool. So now I'll get that 10 again, flip it around, and now it tightens up. Angle it the way I want it to be. It's not rubbing up against anything. And there we go, nice and solid connection. Sweet. Making sure. Yeah, it's mounted up there, mounted there, all the way down, good. And now we can take the controller and zip tie the controller to that so the entire assembly does not move. Come on. There you go. All right. So just the controller, not the plug. There's one. There's two. And that should hopefully be enough for all of that. Actually, no, let's do one more back here. So one, and this is the reason why I'm glad I brought 3 now. Close my mouth to avoid getting dirt in my mouth. All right, cool. It is now zip tied in place. Might have gotten a little bit of the dirt in my mouth. Oh, shit. Fuck. And right there, my thumb just locked. Oh, my God. Stretch my tendons. That might have been a mistake to do it like that. Oh my God, yeah, my thumb just locked. That hurt. Okay, and other pair of safety glasses out of here. Okay, so we're done with that, I believe. Let's get out. Ugh. Ouch. That sucked. Oh, microphone. Damn it. Did you see my hand cramp up or not? I can't tell. Yeah. I don't know if you guys saw my hand cramp up there or not. All I know is I was like, ah, shit. I think the camera might have been a little bit too high. Holy crap.
Okay, so now I need to go back inside, wash my hands. I will be right back, and then we'll do some testing here. Be right back, guys. I gotta pull out the Gojo for this. I can't just use the Palmolive. Be right back. Microphone is back on. Camera 2. Yeah, sorry. I'm sitting there in my hand, my thumb literally locked like that and it would not release. So I'm sitting there like, ah, shit. Like trying to grab my forearm to massage the muscle to release it. It's like, holy crap, that sucked. I never finished my Mountain Dew from earlier. Shit. Change you out. All right. So that now means that okay, so here's now the other problem. The malfunction I was having with the O2 sensor was it was driving around fine. However, when I got on the throttle, it would have like a burst of, well, it would go lean, rich, lean, rich, lean, rich, like it was malfunctioning. So that was why, one, I bought a brand new sensor, and two, we're repositioning it to the last known location where it was good, and hopefully the two of those together means that we now have a properly working sensor that doesn't freak out. You know? So that's what I'm hoping, at least. So now back in the car, I'm gonna pull what extra cable I have back out of this because it kind of comes out of the transmission tunnel area and then it tucks immediately beside the passenger seat so it doesn't get in anybody's way. Okay, there we go. Cool. So now I can put the center console back up. In fact, here, hold on. Let me get you guys into the car again. Camera 1. Okay, bear with me. I got to do some camera cord rerouting here because, yeah, we are going all. Camera 2. That was not what I meant to do.
Okay. Oh God, I'm dragging the USB cable through all the oil. That's great. That's exactly what a USB cable is designed to do. All right. Let's see if I can get you guys into the car with me. Oh my God. Okay, I guess we're doing it like that. Or not. Holy shit. Camera one. Holy shit. Sorry, the cable is... Oh my God, move this shit out of the way. Give me a frickin' flat area to set things up. There we go. Okay, that's better. Oh my God, the cable is just every which way. Hopefully it doesn't get drug off the side now. All right. So before I do anything else, oh God, I gotta go underneath this cable now. All right, now I'm gonna grab my tuning laptop. Let's fire it up. And we need to make sure that this is all working for us. Oh shit. Camera 4. So, this is the tuning laptop. If you guys have not seen this. All right, there we go. So now, let me find my USB and stuff. All right, so here's my USB. This is what plugs it into the engine computer. So now, we're out of gear. Shit. Forgot this opens up that door, not the one behind the car. Damn it. Let me open that door up. All right, so we're gonna start this up and make sure it's as bright as it gets. Out of gear. So as you can see, the thing is flashing. That means that it is in warm-up. During warm-up, it's going to display the lowest number it can get, 8.7, 8.8. That number is matching what is showing on this. And now that it's up and warmed up, it is showing 12.5, 12.5. We're matching. Cool. So now, yeah. Hold on one moment. Why are we not? Sorry, I just noticed that the oil pressure was extremely low. And I'm wondering now if some of that oil getting out might have reduced the oil pressure. So let me check that real quick. It's always something, right? Let me check my oil level. Reach in here because it's still cold right now. There's still oil in it, but it is low, probably because we leaked so much out. We probably need another quart. I think I have a couple quarts over here. 10W30, 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 okay. Yep. So I've got 3 extra quarts. I'm only going to use 2 of them for now. Set that right there. This oil is essentially only being used for break-in. This is the oil that'll be in for the first 500 miles or so. Oh, I know what the problem is. It's not that I am low on oil, yes, but I'm an idiot and I forgot to plug the oil pressure sensor back in. That will also do it. That will also let you know that you're not getting oil pressure if you don't plug the damn sensor in. I'm brilliant, right? Who would have thought? Let me plug that back in real quick. I'm sitting there like, I'm just racking my brain. I'm like, I know I didn't lose that much oil. Yep, the plug is literally just hanging there. So let me see if I can jam my hand up in this and please plug it back in. Okay, plug back in. Let's make sure that that is in position. I want to make sure I have oil pressure. That is important. Okay, since I just put a quart in, let me check the oil level again. Getting a little bit of time to settle down. Oh yeah, we're about 3/4 of the way full. Cool. Or no, I'm about 3/4 of the way from it being too full. So we're good now. It was only missing a quart. All right, so I still have, that one is full, that one is full. So I've got 2 extra quarts. Be aware I do not have any water in this engine right yet. Also, hold on a minute, I want to check something. If you are in an area that is dark, go outside and look around tonight. There is supposed to be a really big solar storm going on right now. So if you are in an area that is dark, say 10, 11, 12 p.m., 1, 2, 3 in the morning, go outside and look around. Usually to the north is where you really want to be checking, but yeah. All right, let's try this again. I'm going to watch that oil pressure gauge and give me oil pressure, please. Data rate failed for 2 attempts. It's because I turned the car off because I saw the oil pressure and freaked out. Hey, look at that, oil pressure immediately. Cool. So we have oil pressure. 8.8, 8.7, 8.8. We have like 70, 80 PSI, somewhere around there. Yep, 12, 13, we're right on the money. Launch control off. I'm seeing the digits change almost immediately. Cool. Cool, so that all works. O2 sensor's working. Again, the big thing with that is I will not be able to actually test if the O2 sensor thing works until I actually am able to go and drive the car, because it only happened under full throttle, or not full throttle, partial throttle. Essentially, it was only happening in the transition between vacuum and boost. It would spike to extremely lean numbers, and I didn't like that. So we'll have to go. I will have to go and test that. I don't have the stuff to live stream IRL content. I can only do stuff at the house, so I'm kind of stuck with that. All right, so let's get the light connected and the windshield, power windows. Where are you? It's a little bit melted. Damn it. Okay, they move. Cool. So that gets tucked underneath there. Okay. And then I need the 3 screws, which are right there. One, 2, 3. Oh, what am I doing? That doesn't go on yet because the first screw goes down in there to hold this on. This thing can be taken out, and in its place you can put cup holders. But it's a really shitty cup holder. And then that has a little light that lights up through there. That light, I do want to replace it with an LED. I do have, what is that stuff called? I do have aluminized tape inside of there to reflect as much light up and out, but I think an LED would be much, much brighter. Just gotta find one that's that size, because they're freaking tiny. All right. Put it in gear. Sunblock. Air pressure gauge. Meat thermometer. All right, cool. Meat thermometers so I can stick it in the air conditioning vent and make sure the air is nice and cold when I put the air conditioning back in. All right. Camera 2. All right. So now the last problem that I have is I don't have water in the car yet. Or the driver's side tire. Which I'm a little bit annoyed because I don't know where my breaker bar is. Damn it. But I do have my torque wrench. Camera 1.
So one of the things I plan on doing tonight, because I'm down in a valley, I am going to drive out to the top of the hill and see if I can catch any of this aurora that's supposed to be happening tonight. Oh my God, I can actually see a little bit right now. Ooh, it's going to be strong tonight. I can barely see a little bit of the edges of it. And that's with the moon out too. Ooh, yeah, tonight's going to be awesome. Like the sun hasn't fully gone down and I can still see like wispy stuff. Shit. That's good. Step on the safety glasses, the good safety glasses. That's exactly what needs to happen. Awesome. Okay, I need to get water in this thing badly. So you are going to go over here. Where is my... Actually, no, I just bought this thing. Let's get this thing set up. Camera 2. So I have one of these that I use for the RX7. The problem is the RX7 and this car have different styles of radiator caps. And because of that, the one for the RX7 doesn't work on this. So I ended up just getting a brand new one that has all the caps with all their rubber seals, so I can actually, that's good, almost tripped, so I can change this out. All right, let's see if I can figure out which one's which. Not that. I think it's maybe the yellow one. Too big. Green. Too small. Red. Just right. Cool. So there's our thing. It's not that. There we go. So red. Of course they color coded it and I didn't realize. So that goes on like that. This then latches on how you expect. How does this go? How does this go? A. Maybe I'm looking at this wrong. Maybe it... Is it that one? No. Yellow, maybe? Ooh, maybe that's it. There we go. Okay, so it is yellow. It goes on there like so. All these other ones dumped out. It's pulled out. I think I might have to try this other one here too. That doesn't, like, it's not sealing, if that makes sense. Which it should be. Am I missing a rubber gasket somewhere? Yeah, see, that's way too small. It's not blue, can't be green. Is it this yellow one? Nope, way too big. Try this red one. That one's just... No, it's not, it's too tight. I think it might be this yellow one. Let's try it. Okay, so you're on there, you go on there, and you twist. I feel like I'm missing a gasket, though. Okay, so that then gets pulled out. Yeah, like there's supposed to be a little bit of rubber material in there to
to give it tension. So I'm missing a bit of rubber. I'm going to steal the rubber from this one. Maybe that'll do it. Okay. Okay, put that rubber on the top. That goes there. And now, there you go. That's the tension I was looking for. Okay, so now that is, oh yeah, it's solid now. It's missing the headlight. Cool. There we go. Put our little plug sideways. This is just an extension piece. So now the next problem is I need to get water into it. And I think my RO water is only half full. So I'm going to have to go downstairs and get some more. Oh God, it's like quarter full. Well, almost half. So now this, take the plug out and just fill it up. The nice thing with this design is that as the car warms up and the air starts flowing out of this, it'll just bubble up. In fact, you can see it bubbling up right now. Cool. So, there we go. Just top that off. And then as the, actually, you know what? No, I'm done with this. I've got actual coolant to use. Actually, you know, antifreeze, that would make sense, right? That would make too much sense. Ugh. So if we need anything else, just do conventional green. I have to drain all this out anyway later and then do it again. So let's turn the car on and let it start warming up properly. Oh shit, it is still way up in the air. When I put it down, I'm putting it down driver's side first and then passenger side to work the air bubbles out. Let's see here. Give me power supply so we don't kill the battery in the laptop. Plug that in, out of gear, and on. All right. So we're now letting the car get up to temperature. All right, we can put that seat back. And move the seat back. There we go. Plenty of oil pressure. Water temperature is currently 103 Fahrenheit. Temporarily, I'm going to unplug the dash cam. There's no point in the dash cam running right now. See all the air bubbles working their way out. So I am going to find my flashlight and I'm going to quickly do a look around looking for leaks, because I did take that stuff off. We do not appear to have any water leaks. I'm also not seeing any oil leaks. So that is freaking awesome. In fact, where is that? I have an inspection mirror. There it is. Let me check underneath the thing that we removed. No oil leaks, nice. Nothing. Cool. Check the water. Not a single drop of oil in it. Yeah, so what our problem was this thing. And somewhere inside of this, there was a leak between the oil chamber and the water chamber that surrounds it. And the oil pressure, which is in the 60s, 70s, was pushing into the water, which is at maximum 16. And it was essentially injecting oil very, very slowly into the water. And that's why I could never clean the oil out, is because it just kept pushing more and more oil into it. So it looks like we figured that out. Okay, we are sitting at about 13.5 air-fuel ratio, currently at 140 Fahrenheit. Sitting at about 970 RPM, which is right where it should be. Pause music. Do we still have music playing or not? I can't tell. I think my headphones have died again. Reset. Pause music. Volume 30. Pause music. I can't. Volume 5. I can't tell if the music is playing or not, guys. Sorry. I'm going to turn that off because I'm not getting anything. Okay, we are already up at 150 degrees. Let me check that water level. We're sitting right about there, so we're plenty fine. Can take a little bit of the coolant, throw it in there. Maybe it'll make the water level a little bit more visible for you guys. Oh, and caught on the wire again. All right, so me doing that, it should hopefully make that a little bit better visible for you guys. Let me see if I can put the different camera down. We're already up at 156 Fahrenheit. It's warming up very, very nicely. Nice quick warm up, very cool. Or technically warm, but yeah. Oh man. Nope, just kick that thing over again. Great. Camera 1. Okay, we are a little bit rich. Like I'm seeing 12 flash up every now and then. We should be closer to 13.5. But we're already up at 162 Fahrenheit. The thermostat opens up at 180. You can see here, we're flirting with 13. So we're gonna go into the actual warm up. And we're already at 100%, so that's as lean as it's gonna get. Bug, get off my damn thing. So what we're gonna do here is I'm gonna grab these idle cells and I'm gonna lower it a point. Watch the air-fuel ratio. We're now bouncing between 13.1 and 13.5. Let's remove another point. I'm seeing 13.5 a lot more, But I'm still seeing 12 flash. Oh, now I'm seeing it 12 flash here now too. Okay, so now we have 14 a little more often. Yeah, there's 14. That's better. We go to gauge cluster real quick. So I'm kind of looking at my air fuel ratio, not air fuel ratio, how much vacuum I'm pulling. I'm currently pulling a manifold pressure of 26. Let's see what happens if I richen it up. $26.2. I'm not seeing 27 anymore. So it's actually pulling more vacuum. Richen up another point or two. Not right there, seems to be about the sweet spot. Optimal, you want maximum vacuum at idle. Okay, we are at 173. It's warming up very nicely. Nice quick warm up. I need you guys to monitor my temperature for me, please. Oh, yeah. Okay. Currently at 175. Again, remember the thermostat opens at 180. So when we hit 180, we'll probably have like right now, the water is going through the engine, through the heater core, and then back through the engine. It's doing a small loop. The moment it gets up to 180, then it will start doing a big loop and actually going through the radiator. You'll notice it'll probably hit 180, 182, 183, but then it'll hit that and then suddenly it will drop. And the reason why that happens is that because right now, the water in the radiator has not moved, right? So what's going to happen is that hot water that's going through the engine right now will then turn and start going through the radiator. And when it does that, it starts pushing that cold water that's been sitting in the radiator through the engine, and that's where that big temperature drop is going to happen. Once you've driven the car for a little bit and then you start getting the temperatures equalized between the engine and then the radiator, that's where you want to be. That's when the car is, like, to me, fully warmed up. But yeah. Let me double check and make sure I don't have my heat on. Nope, the heat is not on. Close the driver door. But again, because of the internal shape of all the water channels, my plan is to take the driver's side and lower it, right? Which will cause the car to be like this. I'm sorry, no. We do passenger side first. And that will make this side, the driver's side, the highest point in the system, and it will get all the air bubbles collected on that side. Then I lower the entire car. Then I move back over to that side and lift that back up, and that should hopefully work out all the bubbles in the system. If you have a single air bubble in a cooling system and the water approaches boiling point, the moment it boils the entire system, because air can compress but fluids can't, well, that air bubble starts to go crazy and it causes all the water in the thing to boil. If the entire system is completely closed and no air bubbles at all, it can't do that. And you can actually raise the pressure and change the temperature at which the water boils, okay? Water at sea level in Fahrenheit boils at 212 Fahrenheit or 100 Celsius, right? If you go up to 6,000 feet or 88 kilopascals worth of atmosphere, water boils at 205 Celsius, or 205 Fahrenheit, but I believe 98 Celsius, right? Water doesn't boil at 100 at altitude, right? When we were doing the air conditioning stuff,
a while back and I was sucking out all the air. Well, you can get water to boil in a vacuum at room temperature. So pressures is a big thing. If you raise the pressure, I can get that water to boil at like 240 Fahrenheit, which is like 110 Celsius or something like that. So you can do some fancy stuff when you're dealing with pressure stuff, but the moment you have an air bubble in it, no, it'll just boil and then it messes everything up. You gotta get that air bubble out. What are we at? 178. So the other problem too is that as it approaches 180, that I believe I have a 2-stage thermostat. So it's actually got 2 little valves on it. The first one starts to open at 175, so it starts to flow stuff through the radiator. And that's why it seems like it's slowed down a lot. We're not getting up to 180 immediately. But then at 180, you might see a bunch of bubbles come out of this. What are we at? 179. Again, it starts to open at 180. So, gotta work on it a little bit. There's 180. A lot of air bubbles being forced out now. If you rev the engine and you have one of these things and the water level drops, that's usually a good sign that there's an air bubble in the system. Because again, air can be compressed, fluids will not. If it's being sucked down, that means it's trying to force the water through, and the air bubble is being compressed by the fluid going through. So it's a good kind of sign. Camera 2. My hand's cramping up again. Camera 2. Camera 2. Okay. Don't know if you guys can see that or not. Okay, we're at 182 temperature-wise. Camera 1. Camera 1. Camera 1. Sorry, hands cramping up again. Yeah, I try to, whenever I'm doing anything, whether it be a game or whatever, I try to do that with my streams. I do a lot of like flight simming. I have my private, commercial, and instrument ratings for helicopters. So we do a lot of flight simming stuff. We've been doing an around the world flight with that. And I think we're currently on the border between Germany and the Netherlands, hopping back and forth, but I do a lot of explanations with that stuff too. Which, by the way, let me talk about something with Flight Sim. Sim Update 3, Beta 4, I believe, just dropped a couple days ago. Like, I think on Thursday. They actually fixed the issue that in virtual reality, you can actually pop out the windows now. So I can actually show you guys the GPS windows in full res on the screen, so I can actually show you what the hell I'm looking at. So that'll be another nice thing I can talk about and teach stuff. I should probably turn the laptop so I can see it now. Okay, we're currently at 188. The fact that we're getting so high in temperature with it still pushing air out is making me think that there's a really big air bubble in there. Okay, so I'm gonna do something a little bit weird here. I'm gonna turn the car off. I think the problem we have right now is, you see how everything looks milky, right? Like it's hard to see through it. Can't really see my fingers there. What has happened is the air bubble is probably passing through the water pump, and the impeller is just chopping it up, and we've got tons of little tiny air bubbles everywhere. So it's now done that so much, everything's like foggy. So I'm turning the car off to let it settle and let all those little tiny air bubbles coalesce, float up to the top and collect. And then we will run it again once that air bubble is in one bit instead of millions of tiny ones. All right, while this is cooling, I got to do a couple things. First off, hold on a minute. I have a drip coming out the bottom of the car. Why do I have a drip coming out the bottom of the car? Where's my flashlight? There's my flashlight. Where is this drip coming from? Where is this drip coming from? I'm dripping up here. Interesting. One moment. I gotta get some gloves that can deal with high temperatures now and figure out why this is dripping. Hopefully that doesn't have a leak in it. Where's my screwdriver? There's my screwdriver. Right now the cooling system is not pressurized, so we don't have to worry about that. I am going to take, where's that T handle? Shit, where did I put that? I don't want the stuff to leak out yet. So I'm going to take this little T handle and plug that. That'll create suction, and when I open this, we'll have minimal spillage. Hopefully. Gloves. I'm wondering if this hose is bad. I have to get a different one if that's the case. Are we leaking here? Or are we leaking there? Hold on. I gotta
pull this thing off. Even with the gloves, this is still warm. Still quite warm. Ah, shit, I can't. I don't have this used to be a flat area, but because I changed so much of that, it's no longer flat anymore. Oh shit, I gotta do all this crap again. Okay, I think I need to replace this one hose. Double check and make sure, because it might just be a hole is worn in it. Okay. A little bit of spillage. Again, we'll top it back off. I think, shit, I didn't have it. Ooh, yeah, look at that. So that bulge on the side, that is ripped open. That's where we're right there. You see that? That's where our leak is happening. Right there in the wet spot right there. So let's get a new piece of hose. And we can fix that right now. So that's another thing right there too, is that when we put the system under pressure, that little pinhole leak was causing it to, pressure was going out, and then we had no pressure. So that was another problem. I'm pretty sure I have other hoses. Pretty sure I do. Problem is I just reorganized so much of this crap. I gotta find it again. Oh yeah, there we go. All right, brand new hose. Cut it to length. All right, knife. Where did? This is a thing you're gonna have with my stream. Is I am constantly attempting to find where I set something down. All right, I'm actually gonna go a little bit longer than this one. All right, so let's cut you right there. Okay, and try to avoid cutting myself. Okay, vise. I can hear all the water leaking out. All right, there we go. Close a frickin' enough. Let's trim that a little bit. All right. Replacement for that. And then put more frickin' water into the thing that just leaked all out. All right, so let's see. I've got one clamp there. What did I do with the other clamp? Shit. And here we go again. I have now misplaced the other clamp. Let me guess, it fell down. Did it fall down? No, yeah, it did fall down just right there, where it is easier to get to. Let's try not to touch the radiator. Feels like playing Operation. Okay. Let's start off with you. You are going to go on like so. And then you are going to go. Okay, you go further in there. Thank you. Yeah, this thing is so close quarters, you have to put the stuff on in a specific order or it will not fit. All right. So, let's see here. You clamp. Good. And slide all the way on. Nice. Okay, cool. So let's get you tightened down. Yeah, this intake pipe, I definitely want to reshape it so it doesn't get so damn close to that, because I think that might possibly be part of the reason why it leaks. All right, so you are now going to slide into that. Make sure you've got equal bits of tube on either side. There we go. Slide clamp down. Oh shit, come on. Come on, there you go. And spin you around. This might be a mistake because the hose is warm. Okay, there we go. Cool. All these clamps that I'm putting on right now are coming off in like a week because I have a whole bunch of T-clamps that are on their way, which are supposed to spread the load out more evenly on these hoses. So we'll see. Oh shit, nope. There we go. Cool. Let's try that again, except now we can now open this up. And there, now it's filling up that spot again. I need, oh, what do I need? I need my little screwdriver thing back. Okay, I can take that off. See, bunches of little bubbles come out of that. Let's put some more of this in. Cool. I think that should hopefully be enough. Let's turn the car back on. And let's go. Currently at 173. And oh, look, it just sucked all that water down. Holy crap. Okay. So, give me a second. Be right back. Gotta get the water back in this thing. I can't see shit out here. Turn on the light. So I'm going underneath the car again to check for leaks. I do not see anything dripping. So I think we're good. Yep, nothing is dripping. Good. I think we figured that part out. All right, I'm gonna go look at temperatures again. We are currently at 182. So the thermostat should be open and it should be pushing air bubbles out. The problem that we might be having is where the thermostat is at might be filled with air. So let's give it a little bit of help. Yeah, I think it was filled with air. So that's forcing a lot of stuff out. It's kind of hard to see, but the water is actually slightly tinting green, meaning that we are getting some of that coolant is circulating through it again. I'm currently revving it up to 1,400, so this engine redlines at 7,400. I got a freaking mosquito flying through here. Damn mosquitoes. Oh, you know what? You know what? It might be worth actually finishing putting the tire on before I forget about that. That would be kind of important. What do you guys think? Possibly finishing putting the tire on. That would have been bad. Set the car down, forget that I didn't tighten up any of the lug nuts. Like, that tire is literally hanging on here right now. Come on. I'm not going crazy on it because my garage door is open and I do have a neighbor. I don't want to annoy them, and it is probably annoying them already with my car. What time is it? It's already 10 p.m. Holy shit. Okay, temperature is up at 192. Again, you can see the amount of air bubbles being pushed out right now. That is awesome. Okay, we just hit 195. And what you just heard right there are the fans cutting on. The fans are sucking nice, cool air through that radiator. We're up at 196, 195, 194. Temperature is just dropping like a rock now. So 187. See that green light? That'll turn off when the fans cut off. 186, 185, and there it goes. Fans are off. And because it cooled the water in the radiator so much, the temperature is still dropping because it's still pulling in that cool air from the radiator.
I have the fans. I have two of them. One is programmed to come on at 195, turn off at 185. The other one is also programmed to turn on at 195 and off at 185. They both turn off if you're going more than 45 miles an hour. And they're also, one fan will turn on, again, under 45 miles per hour if you have the air conditioning on. Just as a, here's a little bit of extra circulation kind of thing, right? So, yeah. If you guys are not aware, I do have a complete standalone ECU, engine control unit, on this car. We actually built this ECU on stream a few years back. Okay, I need to do a thing, and it's dangerous because it's very warm. Actually, no, hold on, let me try something stupid. My little safety cover for the headlight fell down, and I need to try to grab it. The ECU that I'm running is called a Mega Squirt, and yes, I know, haha, squirt, that sounds funny. Mega Squirt started its design life as a way to take a carbureted muscle car and add fuel injection, and thus the squirt part of Mega Squirt. Over the years, people have worked on things to add more and more functionality. So I've got electronic ignition control now. It's controlling my alternator to make sure it's charging properly. I have launch control. I have flat shift. I have anti-lag. I have, if I had an automatic transmission, I could bump into the box in drag racing. Like, I can do all this crazy shit. Like, it is a full ECU now. And the one I specifically have is a Mega Squirt 3, the third generation of it. Even the Mega Squirt 1, they ended up getting a lot of the ignition stuff. Okay, so I've got this little stupid cover, and it's right past all the really hot shit. So I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to reach it. I need to buy one of those little clamp, the things that has like a little plunger on the end that has a little clamp. That would be amazing to have right now. I just don't have one. Can I push it out the back? Maybe. Ooh, I can push it out the steering thing. Hold on one moment. See if I can do this. I see you. There it goes, and it just fell out. Cool. All right, so again, I'm turning the car off. I'm letting all those little bubbles coalesce again. And we're going to lower the passenger side first. And then that should hopefully put all the big bubbles on the driver's side. And then, oh man. Move this piece of cardboard. Okay. All right. And quick double check, make sure there's nothing underneath the wheels. Okay, we do have two things underneath the wheels. And that is my little thing that I'm going to clean the tires with tomorrow. Actually, shit. The wire. I still haven't finished the front lug nuts. Shit. I should probably do that. Kind of important. I'm going to carry this in my hand to remind me to do that. Okay, the only other thing I
need to remove is the big pan that we were using to drain stuff in. And there is our little, there's our piece that I was looking for. Put that on safety cover. Cool. And clean that off because it's covered in the antifreeze shit. There we go. Close enough. There we go. Cool. Trash can. And I missed. Cool. Let's start the car up again. Air temperature is currently 93. You'll notice that as we turn it on, as it pulls air through the intercooler, temperature's dropping. Pulse width of the main fuel injectors, battery voltage, throttle position. That number right there is the raw value of the throttle position sensor. Air-fuel ratio I'm getting right now, air-fuel ratio I want to get. The number in the middle is the difference, the error of whatever. Fuel economy, instant average fuel economy when I'm driving around. These numbers are just giving me values on what my pulse width idle valve is doing. So it is opening and closing rapidly to control your idle speed. So we're trying to maintain 950 RPM. So yeah, down here we have a whole bunch of stuff that just gives me data on whether or not it's working. For example, this SD log thing just means that I am recording the data to a log. If I had my GPS thing connected, that would actually show GPS coordinates. I can also, come on, go to that screen, which is just showing a lot more data all at once. I was using this to tune my idle. Go back. This is the screen that you can actually have it auto-tune. So it'll look at that air-fuel ratio and it knows what you want. But as you're driving, it goes, oh, you're too lean or you're too rich, and it will automatically add and remove fuel from that part of the map for you. It's really good for like cruising and low throttle kind of stuff. You kind of don't want to do that at high throttle because high throttle is like very extreme. You don't want it to do too quickly. You want to make sure your air-fuel ratios are right. All right, handbrake is pulled. 1 and 2. All right, car is coming down. Passenger side. Here we go. Very slowly. Very slowly. Very slowly. Okay, car is down. Keep lowering. Keep lowering. Keep lowering. All right. Now, the air bubbles will try to go up the highest point. I'm trying to get them to collect in the back. Hopefully that's where they go. And again, see, we're at 194 and the temperature's dropping again. That's good. That means it's pushing the water through the radiator. And the radiator is cooling it off a lot. Okay, moving the jack to the opposite side. All right. Cardboard out of the way, please. Oh, man. I am getting that cotton shit everywhere. Oh, my God. That stuff is frickin' everywhere.
Okay, I'm trying not to pinch the camera cable with this thing. All right. And let's get to the driver's side. Okay. Okay, we are off the jack stands. There's one. There's two. Final check. Nothing underneath the tires. Remember, we're not done with the driver's tire, so we're going to come down very slowly. When the driver's tire touches the ground, we're going to stop. Okay, it still spins. Okay. And it can't spin anymore. Cool. So now the driver's tire is on the ground. Now we're going to get the fancy torque wrench. Quickly do a, where's my phone? I do not remember off the top of my head what the torque value for a lug nut is supposed to be. It is let's see here. $66 to 86 foot-pounds. We're going to split the difference and do 76. So turn this on, turn the light on. Change this to 76. Close enough. And star pattern. That's a little bit too close. Where's the little extension? Where did that extension go? Had a little 3-inch extension, and apparently I lost it. Great. Whatever, I'll use the 12-inch extension. Can you guys hear that? I love this torque wrench. Okay, it's good to go. Turn it off. Put it away. So lug nuts are now on. Everything is nice and tight. Good to go. Cool. Yeah, it beeps faster until it reaches proper torque. You just set it all digitally and then it's great. You can change units from foot-pounds to inch-pounds and Newton meters and every other value. It's freaking awesome. All right, we are down to 182. The car is fully down. 183. Let's go over to the passenger side again. And this is where I'm going to lift this side back up to try to move we're going to attempt to move the air bubble to the actual tube that goes to the radiator. So we kind of try to do what we can to get it to collect in the one side, but now we want to get it out. Now this one, we don't need jack stands for this, we just need it to flow. I mean, it's looking clear, that's a good sign. Let me take a look outside real quick. I've got this light on, so it's kind of hard to tell if the weird thing is, like, I can see an outline of the trees, which is the fact that you can see the sky means that it's being backlit. So, The other thing to note is that the moon right now is extremely orange. If you guys are also not aware of, there is a big storm system going through, to the point that it actually picked up a ton of dust from the Sahara, blew it across the Atlantic Ocean, and it is now actually flowing over Brazil, Mexico, everything all the way up into Canada. Like, it's a huge, it's way up in the upper atmosphere, so it's causing a lot of things to be like tinted orange right now at nighttime. You'll notice during sunrise and sunset too, a lot more orange as well. Kind of makes the sky look a little bit odd, but it's all that sand. We are sitting at, what is that, 184? 194. Fan's about to come on. You'll see a little green light light up right there. 195, both fans are on. Oh my God, even standing back here, you can just feel the fans blowing all that heat through. It's great. Cools it off so much. What is the air temperature doing? We're currently at 89. Again, we have very little forward speed. I think that's maybe 10 to 15 degrees higher than ambient air. 10 to 15 degrees is pretty good. Again, we're not moving, so it's not getting cooled off much. I guarantee you, once I actually start moving, that intercooler will start working and lower that intake temperature. That, in the air temperature sensor, it is located, so you have turbo into intercooler, intercooler to throttle body. That throttle position, the air temperature sensor is after the intercooler, but before the throttle body. So the air is the coolest it will be while still being pressurized, and it's in an area that should technically be the coolest, and it will not get, what is the word? It will not get heat soaked because of its position. There's nothing hot near it other than the hot air going through the intercooler, which, again, it should have done its job and cooled that air down. So it's getting an accurate measurement of what the air is actually doing. Whatever happens to the air after that, let's say the throttle body's closed and you've got the throttle body cranked open just a little bit, weird stuff starts to happen when it goes in through that little tiny slot when you're, say, idling or going slowly down the road. And a temperature sensor that is in the intake manifold, because it's attached to all that metal, well, that metal is attached to the side of the motor and it gets really warm, so it gets something called heat soak. So it lies. The air going in might be extremely low in temperature, but the sensor itself is physically hot. It's not only picking up just the air, but it's also picking up the thing it's mounted in, which kind of sucks. Mounting it down there so close to the intercooler kind of gets rid of a lot of that issue. The problem is running the wire down there and a whole bunch of other crap. The actual drilling into the side of the intercooler tube and all that kind of thing. I've been watching this. We have had no air bubbles come out for a while. So that is telling me that we think we're doing pretty dang good. However, saying that, I do still have the car up on one side, which means the air bubbles are over on that side. Let's lower it back down and see if it forces any last minute air bubbles out after I stop tripping on the air hose. All right, let's lower this nice and smooth. Didn't see a single air bubble come out. I think we are done with the jack for tonight. So let's put it in its storage location. I still got to do a little bit of car Tetris and move the other car back in place. But I do plan on, I am going to end the stream, but I am going to go for a short drive, I think, and actually do some testing here. I'm not, again, no air bubbles coming out. Oh, a little tiny one just came out. I think we're good. 194 about to turn on. There goes the fan. There it is. I'm no longer hearing that clicking. So if you guys are not aware, the Miata has what is called hydraulic lifters. Essentially, you have the camshaft hitting them, but the hydraulic lifter is like, it's a hollow circle with another hollow circle that's fitted over top of it. And in that, there's a tiny little valve that has a ball bearing, and a spring. And what happens is that the two of them fit so tight that you try to put them together and you can't force them together. They're almost airtight. Like, it's really precise. You have to use a scribe and poke that little ball to squeeze the air out, right? Well, what happens is that when you put it in the car, it's in the channel that gets pressurized with oil. And as the oil gets pressurized, it forces oil in through that little ball, and it causes that thing to expand until it can't anymore because the oil pressure is keeping it up, right? Well, when you rebuild a motor like we just did, you still have air inside of that stuff. So that clicking is literally the cam tapping that lifter. But as the car sat here and warmed up, we've let it force that air out, and that clicking's gone away. It's a common thing on these cars. It's actually a common trick to replace the oil with automatic transmission fluid, 4 quarts of it, and run that for an hour, because the automatic transmission fluid is thinner and it will work its way into that easier. And then you drain it and replace it with oil, and the automatic transmission fluid stays inside those things, but it all still works. Nice, cool, interesting thing though. All right, I think we're done with this. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take our little plug, this thing, Camera 2. Camera 2. There we go. And get my gloves. I'm also noticing when I rev the engine, the water level isn't going up or down. So that's, again, it's just another clue to me that we got most of the air out. There it is. I know I have a cap. This thing dangling down is what is called a sacrificial anode. The engine block in this car is an iron cast block, while the radiator is aluminum. Having dissimilar metals causes weird corrosion stuff to happen. So you put a sacrificial anode inside of it, and that sacrifices itself, thus the name, and it gets damaged instead of the radiator and or engine block. So there we go. Remove the thing. The plug is in the way. So we can now put that into our extra thing down here. Extremely hot. Let's take our cap off. Right now the cooling system is not pressurized. It is still extremely warm. Only, what was it, 190? Well, there's 195. We know it's 195 at least. Now the next thing is, if you guys don't know how these work, it holds the pressure, but if the pressure goes too much, it's actually spring-loaded, okay? And the extra water will go out and go into what is called the overflow tank, which is that bit right there, okay? When it's done, you guys see how I can pull that down, right? That is another little spring-loaded bit that normally, when going this way, it's shut. When going this way, it opens up. That is on this side of the rubber seal. So that is on this side, not that side of the rubber seal. And what happens is that when the engine's cooling down, because you have the two sides, the water will come in, get sucked through that, and it will, as the water volume in the engine starts to decrease because it's getting cooler, that will then suck water from the overflow tank back into the radiator, right? So, because this is the tube that runs to it, you really, really, really want to make sure that that is full of water and not air. So, because this has a seal on it, I'm going to blow air through it until I see bubbles come out. And then when I see the bubbles stop, I now know that this entire thing is purged of air. And yeah. And there we go, we're done. I'm gonna turn this around so it's not pointing up, because I need that to actually drain when it overflows. It's got a weird valve system, so this pulls from the bottom of the tank. So I just made sure to purge all the air out of it so it's ready to go. What is our water temperature at now? 187. Camera 1. Cool. All right, let's see here. I've got phone in this pocket, flashlight here. I am gonna take the flashlight with me. Put that there, put that there. Already up at 189. Now I'm trying to get things reorganized so I can move because I got to pull the RX7 back in. The RX7 cannot fit on this side. It has to go on that side because it is a much larger vehicle, and because of that, it needs the larger bay. I do like using this side because it's a lot easier to move the camera and stuff around though. We did clear out like 4 or 5 feet in front of the vehicle though today, so that's good. One of these days I will have to come back in here, move a lot of stuff out, and pressure wash the floor again, because we have a lot of like oil residue and what is this stuff, the antifreeze, anti-corrosion stuff. So it's very, that stuff's sticky, the oil's really slick. So it's just a mixture of nastiness on the ground. How's our air-fuel ratio looking? 12, 13-ish. There goes our fan again. Double check my headlights. I think the headlights work. A lot of these styrofoam chunks I'll have to throw out tomorrow. That is still vinegar. Let's move this forward. Camera 2. Alright, so essentially I'm in cleanup mode now. Kind of moving some shit around again. Oh man. Oh, there's my other wrench. Well, now I know where it is. Oh, the RX7 is still leaking, so we need to work on that sometime over this next week. Be aware, because I did finish that press, we will be using that to install some new wheel bearings this next week. So that's another thing. We've got driver's side front tire we need to replace, wheel bearing, and then both passenger and driver's side rear. So 3 total. The passenger front side, or the right side of the vehicle, I changed that out last year because of a really bad issue that I had to fix right then. And we're now getting to the point where the other ones are starting to show the same signs, so yeah. Possible bad O2 sensor. Try to start putting my tools back over here where they need to be. I got this thing to put these in, and now I forgot where it is. There it is. Okay. Holy crap. All right. So that is our 19. That's our 21. All of those are in there. Jack stands are in the middle. They're out of the way. Okay. There's nothing out here. All right. Sadly, I have to disconnect this camera from the car because I can't move it outside with the camera there. there's that. Our trash can thing. There's 195 again. Get a bunch of this stuff out of the way. Have to reorganize so much stuff over here. Yeah, I'm thinking about turning this entire side into storage for a lot of these specialized tools like this. Put a lot of this stuff over there. So, start trying to do that now. All right. That's for the RX7. We're good. So is that. This is quite warm. I really need to find the proper hood prop and reinstall that thing because holy crap. All right, hood pin, there's one, there's the other. How are we doing? We are clear. This side, we have so much more room in front. We still have this entire corner to clean up though, so we're gonna have even more room as I go through this stuff. Okay. So let me do some car swapping. I'll be right back. So let's open up that door. Move that down into the passenger seat. Oh, these headlights are so good. I forgot about that piece of cardboard right there. But whatever, I'm not pulling the car all the way in. Oh, those are bright. Okay. Oh. All right, let me go get the RX7. Let me get the keys for the RX7. Oh, man. That's right, I still have the windows down on this car. Oh, man, ouch. I'm literally using the video camera to see if I was about to hit that wall or not. That looks excellent. Okay, there's that. I can hear the fan running on the other car. This car has a Megasquirt as well. However, it has the original fan. Because there's nothing wrong with it. There's no need to put an electronic fan on something that works absolutely fine. Oh, I got those really big mosquitoes flying through here now. All right, guys, I think that's going to be it for me today. Let me go downstairs real quick and get the stream turned off. I need to get my wallet. But give me a moment. I'm going to get you guys over to somebody else. And then I will probably see you all later. And there's a cat staring at my car through the window. And one moment. It is very dark inside my house. Who would have thought? It's only 10:30 at night. Turn all the lights on. All right. So, guys, again, thank you all very much for hanging out with me tonight. Again, we're probably going to be doing
some RX7 stuff later. Let me do that. There we go. Let me check the Twitter, not Twitter, check the Twitch and see if there's anybody that I know that I will go and raid. So let's see here. In fact, Bike Man is playing Roadcraft. So guys, thank you all very much for hanging out. If you are watching on the YouTube, the stream is going to end shortly. But if you're watching on Twitch, I'm going to get you guys over to go see Bike Man. Again, guys, thank you all very much for hanging out. I will see you all later. And with that, take care. Later, guys.